leave you laid out on the floor. Try to duck and roll, hit and miss, now you counting stars. Should've practiced more, should've hit the mask, get out there more. Claim that you're the best. You gotta show me, son. Actions over words, baby boy. Is you real or what? Talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back sports, talking way too much, world come. Back
Yo, once again, you're tuned in to World Combat Sports. Salute and happy Friday to every one of you out there, especially those who tune in and support the channel, man. You know what it is, all day, every day. One love to you. Thanks for all you do. Hit the like button, sub, and if you choose to donate to the channel, it's much appreciated. Shout out to the workers that's out there getting it in, providing for themselves, making that dollar bill, man. Hope everything is great for you. I want to allow some people to get in, on this topic. I want to kind of mention, what's been going on a lot lately, in the switch up, with the lawsuit with Terrence Crawford towards Top Rank and, Rick Glaser interview on Barbershop Conversations. I just want to, kind of speak to some people, and Fred, if you're listening, I'm gonna be using some sound bites of your vid. I'm not showing the vid, but I wanted to make sure it was okay. Like, once again, I have to get Fred number, so because he has some very solid content out there. On his live stream, whether it be good or bad, fair or biased, So I wanted to make sure, to follow the right protocol on somebody else's content. But let me I definitely want to touch on some things, man. I definitely want to, get next to the gasoline and goddamn light some shit up on this topic that's now, is the big, huge conversational piece, man, in 22. There's nothing else to talk about except this. And I understand why. Because boxing does not give you enough content that you can speak on enough to keep the interest of the audience. But one thing that rubs the audience and get them all perked up and jippy, you know what I'm saying, is when you either talk about racism in boxing or you talking about a black fighter being wrong in boxing, or just anything in general where somebody can say, what, that was wrong right there, or somebody getting robbed, that's your favorite fighter getting robbed. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to racism in boxing, it's gonna automatically ripple the waters because a lot of people compare it to everyday living. Racism in boxing, in my opinion, is slightly different than what the racism we experience in daily life. It is, bro. The prejudice is different for whole different reasons. You know what I'm saying? It's quite different. It still leads down the same road. You know what I'm saying? Of inclement results. You know what I'm saying? You're still gonna get shitted on. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all about biasness. But there's a separation when it comes to the business aspect of it and everyday living. Racism is not transparently the same You know what I'm saying? When you think about it, you have to understand that for what it is. It's like, let me just allow some people. Mr. Pass in the building. What's good with you, bro? Salute to you. So let's start off with listening to a couple of sound bites about certain situations that I've spoken on, certain situations that I've listened to with what Rick Glaser talked about, and kind of a portrayal that's going on this YTC community, which the YTC community doesn't, when it comes to boxing, the numbers are so low. It's not even 1% of the populace that's existing on this earth. That's how small of a little speck that it is. But within a small community, you can stir things up real fast. You can have a lot of voices that's willing to speak of their own experiences, of their own theories, you know what I'm saying? Of their own education, experience, of their own competence, of their own personal learning. That's what the YTC consists of. And everybody's shit's going to be different, especially when trying to interpretate the sport of boxing. This is why racism in boxing is different, because a lot of people on the outside looking in never really have a connection to the backside. All right, I'm gonna break some shit down to you because I've been living a while. I've been all around this motherfucking earth, all around. When I was in that motherfucker, I made sure I explore the cracks and crevices. That's real. That's as much as I could tell you right there. But let's break some shit down as far as reality goes with everyday racism that you may experience out here, transient the streets. You know what I'm saying? Vice what a boxer may experience. In boxing, like I said earlier, you have an employer. You have individuals who are competing in a professional full contact sport. They have to go through business. A lot of times those moments, those negotiations, those private meetings are off limits to us. Period. And also it's off limits to the people that was there in the negotiation process to come out and basically make it known to the public. Whether it's an NDA or whatever the case may be, a lot of time these people can't sit up here and disclose everything that went down in negotiations. One, because they're gonna have to disclose what's on document. If it's about numbers, they're gonna have to mention that. If they have a problem with it, they're gonna have to, disclose the other party's information so we, the listeners, can compare where the discrimination is at, where the racism is at, right? So we're not at a point right now where we're up close and personal to know what's going on behind the scenes for these fighters. Furthermore, as time goes along, we understand that each boxer has a certain career. Every boxer's career moves differently. So therefore, in the negotiation process, from one manager to the next, one promoter to the next, with 1 month to the next year, everybody's situation is going to be different. Y'all totally have to get that in your head. It's totally going to be different. Why? Because this is boxing and business in itself. The one thing I did, link up with Rick Glaser about, not everything, but one thing I will link up with him about is capitalism. If you're trying to say capitalism is a irrelevant, you know what I'm saying? It's a moot point when it comes to the sport of boxing. Then you need to do more research about the sport, bro. Like he's telling you, if we sit up here and wrangle, boxing is a business. Boxing is a business. So within the business, capitalism is not something that's a priority. Making money isn't something that's a priority if boxing is a business. So for all the people that that's business people, There are so many stories on how people was done wrong doing business with this person, that person, and the other. So when you take this and place it in boxing, aren't you going to come up here and derive some of the same results? Results that mirrors situations that boxers has experienced, whether it be black or whoever. When it comes down to business, everybody can't be happy. If everybody was fucking happy in boxing with business, the fighters would be sitting at home chilling. If they was getting all the money they supposed to get, they would sit at home and chill. If you had a fighter coming over here that had an extensive amateur career and transferred over, and he brought all that praise, all those accolades over to the professional ranks, and they praised him for that. They say, you know, your first fight, you fighting a guy that's 2-6. But based off your amateur career, we're gonna pay you 3.5 million. We're gonna put it on PPV because a lot of people know you from your amateur shit. We think you are that fighter. And then they tell the next fighter the same thing. You know what? You only had 15 amateur fights, but goddamn it, you went 15 and we appreciate what happened. We're gonna definitely reward you for that. This is what we're gonna do. You come over here to the professional ranks, we're gonna pay you about 2.5 because we think you deserve it. Going undefeated in the amateur ranks. The shit don't work that way. If it did work that way, fighters would be so rich before they motherfucking fifth or sixth fight. It'd be hard for the promoters or anybody else to make any money. So capitalism does play a role. It'll be hard for them to make anything as far as monetary or financial gain in the sport of boxing if they was just paying every fighter what the fighter wants. So capitalism has a lot to do with people being unhappy, dissatisfied. You feel me? I'm gonna definitely try to read periodically the comments, y'all. All right. Y'all be patient with me. I saw the Keon was annoyed with Glaser saying that Glaser's a racist. I'm gonna get on that. I'm gonna get my opinion on what I think about Rick Glaser. Is he a racist or not? All right. Didn't Glaser say something about him eating collard greens and fried chicken every week? Yeah, I'm gonna get on that. All right. Very few fighters fight back and get out from under that racist promoter or manager. They just think they can politic their way out. Very few Andre Wards or Floyd Mayweathers. Hey, you seem like you're a smart man. You know what I'm saying? You seem like you're a very, very smart man. Very few fighters fight back and get from under a racist promoter or manager. They just think they can politic their way out. Hey, that doesn't make sense to a lot of y'all. King Mitch on deck. How you feeling? Pittsburgh T on deck. We're gonna get to that. No problem. Can be solved from the outside. You got to take a stand from inside. Absolutely. So check this out, people. Listen to me. Rick Glaser has arrived and been in attendance at Barbershop Conversation. Shout out to Fred Hawthorne. Like I said before, I never really had a conversation with Fred. The only time I met him was in person. I said, "What's good, bro?" You know, he said, "You know, not much. You know, you solid?" He just asked what I solid. You know how brothers do. Just get, yeah, we good. We solid. Boom, we walked off. I really never had a conversation with him. But as a set of listening ears, I do tune in to the Barbershop Conversation. He's had Rick Glaser in the building like twice. All right. This is my deal. Let's get something straight off the rip and put it out there for people to soak in. Rick Glaser is a Caucasian male, a white man. All right. He's been in boxing 30 plus years. He's married to a black woman. Rick Glaser is married to a sister. All right. I don't want to hear None of my people coming on here talking about that don't mean shit. It absolutely mean a lot. It means a hell of a lot. You can get on here and disrespect the man and disagree with what he said, all based off his history. I get it. I get it. But like I tell a lot of people, Rick Glaser is one of those people that are filled with archived information as an insider to boxing for over 30 years. What he knows is a surplus of knowledge that you and I will never be privy to. That's why I be telling people, my whole deal is to make sure I study boxing, MMA, grappling, or what have you. And also I try to dig a little bit deeper with the mental shovel and try to unearth some shit I didn't know about boxing as a business. So I had to speak to people that never want to be interviewed. I have to speak to people that kind of get good clarification. So when I hear Rick Glaser saying some sentiments that he expressed, I want to be able to fact check them. Like, I don't really get into deep stuff that everybody else cannot relate to on YouTube a lot, because they're gonna straight up tell you you're bogus, and then they're gonna have some clowns in a live chat that don't even study the sport that way. They have jobs, they have everyday lives, and they don't put forth the effort. So you can't get through to them because they have no familiarization. They're just gonna say, "Nah, fuck it. He don't know what the fuck you talking about." But Rick Glaser, he has experience in the sport. He's an insider. He's been a part of some conversations behind the scene. If you link up with some of these people behind the scenes off camera, they would tell you some shit that you can't record or anything. Right? A lot of what Rick Glaser says, some of it is stuff that he's been told in the past, and other is just opinionated narratives that can come off as abrasive and offensive to those who are, in this case, boxing, supporting a particular fighter. That happens on the YTC. You have channels who support this fighter. You have channels who support other fighters. There's going to be a debatable clash there, a disagreement, a discord on why we cannot agree, because we have our favoritisms. Favoritisms are biased. No matter what you want to say, the favoritisms are fucking biased. So the recent interview, Rick Glaser came on Barbershop Conversation for a second time. Let me tell you about racism in the sense of what I experienced growing up down here in the South. I've been down here in these ATL streets since a kid. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. If you didn't experience racism down here, I have no idea where you was living at. You know what I'm saying? Because I was down here in the city. I was down here in the city. I went to a school that all several elementary schools that was mostly black. But when I went to high school, the high school was just being build, or the numbers was just starting to increase with black kids out of the city. So it was still, my school it has a high percentage of white students still attending. All right. So there's a lot of racism that went on my first time in high school, period, being subjected that many white students in a closed environment, in a structured environment, an environment where I had to go in there and sit down with them and go through different topics of discussion. Along with that, you have teachers too. Some teachers was good, and some teachers was straight up racist. Period. But down here in the South, it taught you a lot about forms of racism. I think a lot of my people, when it comes down to this boxing, this YouTube is damn near an influencer in itself to current events. You can listen to somebody else's live stream, but if you're not strong enough to cipher through what you want to take as food for thought, vice shit, you just want to damn say, you know what, I want to jump on what's more controversial. Controversial sales in this lifetime, and a lot of shit you see on this YouTube when it comes to racism, It's all about who the messenger is and how many followers that's skipping behind them and believing everything they saying. It's easy in the YTC for people to just straight up call Rick Glaser a racist. When you have a lot of black people, my people, who are racist too. Then they'll sit up here and say, black people can't be. No, black people sit up here and tear each other down on YouTube all the time. It don't matter if you're in the military or not. I call it the way I see it. It's not a time don't go by when you don't hear biasness here on YouTube. Just like Fred told you, him having Rick Glaser on there, and I guess Fred didn't tap dance quick enough, to correct something that Rick Glaser said. Those individuals that's supposed to be in the same organization start attacking him. What is that considered? When you sitting up here using the same terms that was used to oppress us back in the day. If you sitting up here calling us a goddamn coon and shit. You want to be quick to call somebody a Sambo. Be careful about how your tongue seems to dance without you actually controlling the rhythm, because you sit up here and speak reckless and say some shit without thinking it over. When are we ever going to come together? We just can't sit up here because Terrence Crawford filed a lawsuit. Now racism should be brought to the forefront about Bob Arum. Not only that, if you have a man on the platform that's willing to answer his questions about Bob Arum and Rick Glaser, and he cannot relate to it, look, once again, 1 and 2 step. Either one, he hasn't seen him because he's a white man. He's been around Bob, but he hasn't been around him enough to see him do it to another minority, a black fighter, whoever. He hasn't been exposed to that yet. That might be one. Or two, he might just be extremely, in denial. Somebody might have told him some shit that's in confidence, and he would never speak on it. But since nobody else know what he was ever told in confidence, we can't sit up here and put a finger on if he's absolute, straight up 100% racist or not when it comes down to it. Because the man is married to a black woman. So I don't give a fuck how many of my people get on here and say married to a black woman don't matter. They'll bring up all the blacks, the people that was raped back in slavery and this, that, and the other. Listen, I get it, bro. I get all the horrific situations that happened back with our ancestors. I get it. No way, no how will I ever deny that, because I speak on myself as a person. And I think the people that's actually waking up and going to sleep with this shade of skin, they experience in life are different. But some of y'all motherfuckers go around here looking, searching for controversy. You all are the antagonists. The antagonist. You go out looking for goddamn anything that comes even close to being biased racist. When that person's intentions may not even come close to what you're thinking about. But you have so many individuals that might be angry. They was done wrong for this particular situation that they take it out on every one of them. So let's look at the full scope of this Rick Glaser situation. I'm placing sound bites. And, like I said before, the man has said some controversial shit. I didn't agree with the stuff he was talking about Wilder. Like I said, this man is an insider. If they even discuss Deontay Wilder having some, some questions and concerns about his glove, he's not going to bring it out here to y'all. You know what I'm saying? That's why I can say, yeah, he biased. This dude is in denial. He's biased as fuck. A lot of people up in arms about what he said about Devin Haney not being a bigger fight than Lomachenko. I have to see a pattern that's straight up and down, and it has to be one side versus the other. Rick Glaser has to be up at the top, and I have to see that extreme discriminatory line of that demarcation that's saying on here he's absolutely biased towards black people as a whole. I have to see it. And then over here, I have to see where he built up the non-blacks and use his platform to promote that. Not just popular blacks that's in boxing. I have to see the overall majority of the whites that he basically favored outside of the blacks, outside of the controversial topics that he's been accused of dealing with popular black fighters and his comments. I have to see this shit. That's all. What's going on, Tay? I saw
What's
you.
up, brother?
What's
I,
good?
I see you talk about the situation, man. I don't. I'm like I said, I just came in, so I don't know everything that you said. So don't hop on my noggin box. But man, listen, if you don't have a Twitter, you don't know what that guy Rick Glacier says. He said a lot of questionable shit when it comes to just our descendants as a whole, not just boxing related, but as a whole, and I think that's why a lot of people are irritated because I like, people of my age and younger, they're going to use the social media platforms, things of that nature. But if you're not on Twitter to see what that man be saying, the shit is despicable. You see what I'm saying? And I think I heard one part when you saying that you can say that he's biased towards some black fighters with names. I wouldn't just say some, I would say all. Just because he works with some particular black fighters, that doesn't mean that he's not a racist. I mean, he's just doing his fucking job. But I've seen it with my own eyes. Now, my only thing I've had with Rick Glacier, besides the racist comments, is of course he would talk his shit. But I asked Rick, I said, bro, you would sit up here and talk so much shit about what you believe and what you're saying, but you're not even coming to the fight. So if you're not even coming to the Wilder Fury fight, why even continue to talk what you think could possibly happen? You see what I'm saying? So why would you possibly continue to talk about something that you have no clue about? You don't want to show your face. You don't want to come to the fights, but you can sit here up and say all the racist shit that you want to say. It don't work like that. That's why a lot of people.
I need some receipts. What exactly are you talking about? The racial shit he said. I
On
know
Twitter,
it's been
it's on
many
Twitter. You got to follow
controversial
him on Twitter,
points.
Scott, Mr. Scott. You got to follow him on Twitter. Everything you need to know is on Twitter. Everything.
But you're mentioning it right now, though. And you,
I mean,
you don't
Scott,
get two. You don't get two pieces.
I just can't go back and just, if I have
No,
my
I'm just
Twitter
saying two pieces. I'm not asking you for all. Just give me two slots. Like give me two something. Like give me two pieces of his most controversial tweets.
I gotta go back and look at it. I don't know off the top of my head, but I do know that I read that. Like he's came across my feed before, and when you on Twitter, of course you want to look at what people saying and get different perceptions and things of that nature. His account was one of the ones when it was him and what's the other guy name? The guy that used to fight for TMT. I forget his name, but what they were saying was some controversial type of things. That would make me go look into Rick Glacier because I had no clue who he was. And then, of course, after just following him for a while and just seeing what his statement was, like I said, I have no beef. If you do or don't like a certain fighter, that's fine. But once you get to saying things that's beyond, beyond our means for us when it comes to our background, ethnic group, then that's where I have a problem at. You see what I'm saying? Even with I forget the guy name that fought for TMT that used to have so much to say. Damn, not Mickey Bay. What was the other one? What was the other guy besides Mickey Bay that was on TMT?
Badu Jack, Ishay.
Ishay. So Ishay said a lot of controversial stuff too. So it was Ishay and Rick Glacier that was the topic of discussion on Twitter. That what made me look because I would see with Ishay, like me and Ishay, we don't went back and forth. I can go back and forth with a black man and let them know how I feel truly coming from a black man. But when I see Rick Glacier saying some stuff that he, as a individual of me being black, he shouldn't get away with. So when I would call him out on that, it would be,
Hey,
oh,
hold on
I'm
for a
not.
second, Tate. So I know. Look, if I had some controversial stuff that I was bringing to the conversation, I would have to have some type of stamp, like
I
so the
mean,
audience at
what I'm
least know
trying to
what you're
tell
talking
you is
about.
I don't remember exactly what it was, but he said numerous of things. I don't have a memory where I remember word for word what he said.
No, no, no. I just needed like one.
We,
Something he said that was super racist when it comes. And look, first of all, hey, audience, don't get it twisted. I never say he wasn't racist. I said I was just here to decipher on his attendance with barbershop conversation, and also to separate everyday living racism to racism that may exist in boxing due to money, business, capitalism, and everything else. That's all I was
I
saying.
mean, be truthful. Let you the truth be truthful with you. You know, I'm gonna call a spade a spade. Fred is actually doing that. Fred has whatever he has with fucking what's his name, Al Heyman. That's his own agenda. You know, and I said personally, even on my channel, I love Fred. That's my guy. That's my brother. But at the same time, wrong is wrong, right is right. I would never down another black man. Like I be seeing some of these Bud Crawford haters. I ain't gonna down Bud. I'm gonna talk what I think, but I ain't gonna talk. I'm not gonna talk bad about him. See what I'm saying? I'm not gonna go off and call Earl a drunk. I'm not gonna go off and call Bud a pussy. I'm not gonna do that. But see, Fred, like I said before, Fred got an agenda of bashing Al Heyman. Instead of him bashing Al Heyman, guess who he let do it? Another white man. That's the problem. That's why a lot of people are frustrated with that man. That's what's going on because we know how
So
racist.
as a collective group, what I'm listening to is that a lot of people on the YTC are upset with Fred's platform now because what used to be something cordial, what I'm saying, between him and Al Heyman has now um on a whole nother level of disconnect because of whatever happened or whatever
Yeah,
Fred's opinions or whatever the
yeah.
case. But listen, Tay, that's only one or two black men. Why should everybody be upset if he disliked Al Heyman and can't hardly one or
Nah,
two
like
people
see,
on
it's
YTC say they
it's
ever met Al Heyman? How can I
nah,
be totally upset about somebody
but
disliking a ghost?
but
I
but but
haven't seen the
but
man.
Scott, how can you be pro black and talk that much shit about your own black brother, but you so pro black? So
Yeah, he's pro black.
there's a difference between being pro black and being pro black political.
Okay, I can understand where you going with pro black when it comes to him. Okay, and that's his role that he's taking, his leadership being pro black. But even with pro black, so you're saying it's not up to Fred to allow his audience to hear the good side and the bad side. Fred doesn't sit up here and say yes, yes, yes to everything, from my opinion. But
Yeah,
if you have
I
somebody
totally agree.
controversial like Rick Glaser on your show, allow him to get the controversial topics off. What does that have to do with being pro black and agreeing or
You
disagreeing
know,
with some shit?
no. If it was done, it's because of what comes with Rick Glacier. That's what that's about.
So he shouldn't have him on his platform. Period. We
Me
gotta
me
understand.
me
We gotta hear the
personally,
dark side to see
Mr.
what they
Scott, that's
like.
just like if you and I had a problem, right? And personally, I knew some of the stuff that was being said by Rick Glacier is probably true, right? Let's just say let's just hypothetically, if it was true, as a black man, I'm not going to allow him because I know he's a known racist to come talk shit about you. I rather talk shit about you, continue to do it in the fashion that I was already doing it in. You see what I'm saying?
I think one of the situations that happened on YouTube was a fact on what he mentioned about the LDBC. I thought Fred was LDBC, of my understanding, but
Nah,
I look at it from two ways of maturity. Yeah, he could have automatically, shut it down with the intentions that Rick Glazer had to just basically defecate on entire LDBC for being a instigator of something. You know what I'm saying? They was the provocators or something. He could have shut that shit down immediately, or he could have just let it ride like he did. So the viewers can call in. One thing I look at it, he allowed viewers to come in. He's not just on the panel on himself. He allowed that person to speak, Rick Glaser, spew his rhetoric, and then allow people to come in and respond to it. What's wrong with that?
Bruh.
A lot of people came at
It's a
him for
to
not
me it's a
defending the
lot to
LGBT.
me personally, it's a lot of things wrong with that.
I'm listening, man.
You can't pretend to fuck with me one day and pretend the next day that you don't.
Who in what LDBC?
Yeah, like okay, for instance, he does have a lot of LDBC in that particular group, right? But you can't per se, okay, I'm gonna bring this guy in here, and we already know how you feel. Because, like I said before, everything how he felt about LDB, he's already put it out there on Twitter, so everybody already has this ill will towards him. You see what I'm saying? So you can, like I say, Fred may not have a Twitter, so he doesn't know. But if he knew that, I don't think it would be as big as it was. I don't think it would be a problem. It would have been like, okay, well, I'm gonna bring this guy in here, then you guys get your shit off. But instead of throwing it in our face, and then you bring him back and throw it in the face some more, it lets me know that you had another agenda. Your agenda is not attacking the LDBC, it's attacking Al Heyman. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I get what you're saying. Okay, if you want to tie in Al Heyman, so what he's been saying about Al Heyman on the barbershop, you find that extremely controversial what he said. But me, I will have to look at it. I listened to the video maybe like two or three times already.
I'm not finding controversial of what he said about Al Heyman. I don't know Al Heyman, but what I can say is, if okay, put it like this: just like Fred and fucking Kenny Porter got into it, right? Just like they got into it. Guess where that shit stayed? Between them. Fred is mad at the fact probably because some shit had went down and Al Heyman didn't do anything about it, right? Or said
Yeah, well,
nothing
Kelly
about it.
Swanson now. Yeah.
Right. So, but I can't be butthurt for that about that for a long time. It's either I'm gonna get over it or I'm not.
But if you mention why he would be upset, now it comes into play that he felt that Al Heyman wasn't doing enough to a person, Kelly Swanson, who is white,
Right.
that was allegedly showing extreme bias and what he considered to
Race.
be a person who was racist.
Right.
And that racist person is internal to the PBC. And
Right.
being that people always highlight Al Heyman as the grand poobah of the PBC, he
Right.
should have corrected it. And he never corrected it. So Fred was upset with that. So it comes full circle. Y'all think he's just bringing in a white man like Rick Glaser to shit on who? It can't be the YTC, because the
Right.
YTC was cool with Fred's platform and all that. But Rick Glaser come in known for controversial statements, and he say the stuff that everybody's been waiting to hear. I think Fred is getting backlash because he didn't open his mouth and scream and yell and correct Glaser.
No.
What is
Fred
it?
is getting backlash because he doesn't correct anyone
Okay. All right.
when they out of line. Like Scott, if I came on here just talking crazy shit to you, I know you're gonna check me, just like I seen you check Kind of Loco. You see what I'm saying? I know you're gonna check people. I've seen you check numerous of people. So I because I know that about you, I expect that even if a guest that you know gonna cause controversial, I expect you to check his ass too, because I know you're gonna check somebody.
But he builds his platform is not the controversial comments coming directly at him per se. It's not a lineal attack from the people who he have on his show to Fred. That's not what
Right.
I'm saying. I think you're making a point encompassing the flow of traffic that comes over to his channel, and he doesn't correct anybody where it may be offensive to blacks or not.
So let's put it like this: if you got somebody on your channel and you know they're white, and they use the word nigga, what you gonna say to them?
Okay, that's a correction, a firm correction.
That's what
expeditiously.
Exactly. But he pretty much said the same thing on Twitter. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That was one of the things he pretty much said that in a code way on Twitter. That's basically what I'm trying to tell you.
So he didn't say nigga. He
Okay.
said something, to circumvent the actual word, but just to still allow
That
people
was
to be
one of them,
attracted
but
to it.
that was like 2 years ago, I believe. That was like two
Well,
years
he
ago.
called somebody that, or
Almost to
he
that type, almost to that extent. Almost to that extent. I forget what it was, but it was damn. I have to. When I look it up for you, I go look it up for you. I go look it up for you. But man, it's a lot of stuff, man. It's a lot of stuff, man.
I just look at it this way, Tay. I just felt Rick Glaser was on there answering general topics, and he was sitting on the furnace.
Yeah,
Period. Because you have to give a check mark that Fred was allowing people to call in or click the link to come holler, just like he did Mauricio Suleiman, just like he did, Bob Arum. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
So okay, so
People
put
come.
it in this instance. So what if I know I got this person coming on, but I call this other person who I know will probably get some good backlash to cause some controversy, and try to attempt to get that person come on to talk to Rick Glaser. What does that say then? What does that say to you then?
Oh, that's a lot of shit that goes on YTC. Dropping links behind the
Now
scenes.
you see what I'm
Yeah,
getting at.
yeah. I mean, that's absolutely that shit behind the
Right,
scenes happens all the time.
right,
Link
right. So
dropping via text message.
that lets me know it's bigger than what the public may perceive it as. You see what I'm saying? So like that is just like if like local, let's say local. I know you're a big good Bud Crawford fan, Mr. Scott, right? So I got Earl Spence coming on, and I know it's gonna ruffle some feathers. So I know you're gonna speak up for Bud. So I'm gonna call you offline and be like, hey man, I think you talk to him. But I had to call and tell you that.
Think I talked to who?
I had to call and tell you I want you to talk to Earl because I know you're gonna make it controversial. But
Okay.
in my head, I know you're gonna make it controversial. But the public don't know this.
Yeah.
That seemed like I got more of an agenda, right?
Yeah, that would be agenda driven.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, but see, because I know what I know, you see what I'm saying? Without saying so much. You feel me? Because I know. That's why I was like, man, it's more of an agenda to that. And I just think that it was played wrong.
I mean, if he has an agenda, I really, once again, I don't know what his agenda would be outside of Al Heyman. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Because for this was all look, this started all the bubble boil over when Terrence Crawford submitted his lawsuit to Bob Arum. And then the topic of the conversation came that internal to that lawsuit, there was basic accusations made of systemic racism, Bob being racist towards Terrence in so many ways.
Shit, he
So
is.
that was the cause. That was the whole balloon that went up first, and then boom, Rick Glacier showed up
Right.
twice
Right.
for like 3 hours the first time.
Right. Because he was the one who said that there's no racism in boxing. And then he one of the things was when Jamel Charlo said is no it ain't got nothing to do with race. He was one of the ones that was advocating what he was saying. That
I
was one
understand
that
that. I haven't even really got to that yet. I get what you're saying about
yeah.
him saying there's no racism in boxing. He finding more capitalism. And what I was trying to explain to the people is I understand where he's coming from, but I don't agree with him just saying, he may have never experienced racism in boxing because he white. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Period. He's white. He's
He got
never
the
he's never going to be a black human being, no matter if you're married to one at all.
he got the
But
protection.
correct. So since he has the protection, it's only limits that he can speak on because he really never been there and attached to the moment when somebody was being discriminated against. And then on the other hand, he might just be speaking and to protect his confidentiality on what he do know. So he could be lying on the left, and then on the right, he's up there just saying, "Okay, there's no racism in boxing. Why? Because I have never seen it." And so forth. It's just not something I see. I think it's capitalism, all capitalism. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And we take half of that word off, it's all cap.
So how about this? What exactly is Bud Crawford suing for? Systemic racism, right?
Yeah.
How is it that ESPN was talking about systemic racism on their broadcast during one of the fights, and they clearly said it's the system.
System of what? Boxing?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
So
not the fighter, it's the system. What system
okay.
you talking about?
Boxing is a system, man. Boxing is a system more than it is a sport.
But the way it was worded, it has not. So how can I say? Okay, so it went somewhere between the lines was it was us talking about uh, fighters. You gotta be you pretty much have to what's the word? Be all outraged to be known or get the fights that you want to have, things
A
of that
black
nature.
fighter.
Right, as a black fighter.
It has to have like a character, tap
Right,
dancing.
but I don't because I'm a black fighter. You mean to tell me I gotta have a character? Them white people don't have a character. Them Mexicans don't have a character. Them Indians and Africans and whoever else they don't have a character. Why do as a black man, African American, why do I have to have why do I have to have a persona? Why? You singling
Correct.
me
And
out.
that's where systemic racism come in, because it's a lot of things that they're projecting on black fighters to do that the other European fighters or non-black fighters don't have to. I
That's
mean, it's almost like we have to show up to the family gathering and put on an entertainment, and then they say, okay, that was pretty good. You can sit down. Sit back there though. Sit back there, but you can sit
and
down.
that's what I'm saying. So when the guy was like, it ain't got nothing to do with him, it's the system. You see, that's racist as fuck.
So therefore, Rick Glacier cannot be solely responsible for systemic racism in just because he worked for a system, that system being boxing. He can't be the sole proprietor of
Oh
racism in
no, he
boxing.
ain't the sole proprietor. He ain't the sole, but he damn sure one of them.
I mean, I can understand what you're saying. Like,
Yeah,
I know you came in early, but I haven't even really got to the point of some of the conversation they was having. When it comes down to
oh shit, my
the people
bad.
that was going in and Rick Glaser.
Let me get back in the chat then. My bad. I'm sorry, Mr. Guy.
No, no. I mean, the conversation good. I put the link down there, but
Yeah.
I was just trying to find out. For Fred, I thought internally to this YTC
Yeah.
that he was LDBC.
Nah,
So
he not.
since Rick Glaser, a controversial figure, in my opinion, he did shit on the LDBC, right?
Yeah.
It should have been okay. If I'm part of an organization, I will at least ask the question and be like, "Hey, what do you mean by that? Like, you just crapped on the whole entire organization, the whole line den boxing community. You did not say one person. You didn't bring up 78. You didn't bring up BFT. You didn't bring up everybody else, Blue Blood, all of them. You didn't bring up. You said the entire acronym. At least ask that question. What do you mean? What do you mean exactly? Who within the organization have
Right.
upset you over time?
Right. Because I'm quite sure, I'm positive he don't even know what it means or stand for.
But I'm just curious to know, like, why would it flow off his tongue like that though, if he didn't know what it meant? He has to know what they meant. He has to
Shit,
know the people that's internal that somehow their messages reach Rick Glaser desk and he had a problem with it. He has to have awareness about it, bro. You don't think he knows what the LDBC stand for?
Hell no, I don't.
Shit, man. Long as that motherfucker been in boxing, he has to know, dog. He gotta know. That's why he was so easily
But
able to regurgitate that shit.
if he do know, then he would know the reason why. You see what I'm saying? Because some of the stuff that he said, he wouldn't what's the word I'm looking for? He wouldn't have said if he knows. You see what I'm saying?
I look at it like this. I can understand, the Fast and the Furious backlash that Fred was getting from the acronym and the organization, because a lot of people in that organization thrive to grow the community in the sport of boxing
Right.
and try to build that cohesiveness, right?
Right.
But when you had somebody that was a part of that organization and Rick Glaser basically cascaded the whole entire acronym, that deserves a question. That's all. That's all I'm gonna say. That deserves a retort. Like, hold up.
Right.
What do you mean? Nothing was done. It just slid on through downstream. Nothing. So now, instead of Rick Glaser being put on the spot like that immediately, other people are mad at it and they start to speak on it.
Right.
I mean, I see a problem with that, but remember, we're talking about racism, right? So if one black man does not acknowledge a problem when it's right there in his face,
Right.
should our own people just go in there and shred him to pieces like he ain't shit from the beginning?
I don't know. I just think it was a fucked up situation. Cause like I say, many
It
people
was
think that,
fucked up.
huh?
It was fucked up.
Yeah, it was. I
Of
think it was
course, it was
highly fucked
fucked
up.
up.
Right. And I just think, like I say, it was, to me, it was all the way fucked up. But I just, like I say, I'm not even a part. And many people associate me with the LDBC, and I have no problem with that because I got love for all those brothers. But at the same time, it's hard for me as a black man. Like I may not be the pro blackest of them all, but bro, you're not just gonna talk about my people and you don't know what you're talking about. I have a problem with that. You see what I'm saying? And that shit was fucked up, man.
But there's a bigger issue. It's been going on with boxing for quite some time, and just because Rick Glaser's name is the highlight right now, it's been a lot of shit that's systemically been associated with the sport. But for somebody to bring up Jack Johnson, that's just stupid. I mean, I
Stupid.
thought that was just stupid to bring up. Period. But
Right. Stupid. Very stupid. And the only thing he can yell is, I got a black wife. That don't mean shit. That don't mean nothing. Yeah.
I mean, my take on him having a black wife, I haven't even got to that yet. But I know she was trying to say you need to have me on your show. I just have my take on basically prognosticating what that would be. A black woman coming on to defend her husband. I don't know, man. A part of me will assume that she's gonna be a little bit biased in herself. Why? Because she's saying, well, guess what? She's gonna talk like her husband just did. He say, well, it's not racism in boxing, it's capitalism. And she gonna say, well, Rick has been around the sport longer than a lot of you out here in the audience, and he's married to a black woman. So how can you say me, a strong black woman, sitting here next to Rick Glaser, that he's gonna be racist? How? I'm a strong black woman. There's no way that he can be racist, around me. That makes me seem like I'm stupid and I'm
Right.
ignorant. That's how that's gonna go. She's gonna try to have an intellectual conversation with Fred, a black woman to a black man, and she will, send some things that Fred will have to address. That's just the way it's gonna be when it comes to a black man and a black woman.
Right.
But I'm curious to know when he's gonna have her on the show, if he is.
Right.
I like Fred content.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I do
with
too.
when you bring in diversity, you're gonna have people that, if you want to switch it up a little bit and bring in diversity, it's gonna come with the price, and that's
Yeah.
what he's going through. But I still watch his shit though.
Right. I agree. Like I said, that's like Fred, my guy. He's done some things for me as well. You know what I'm saying? Fred, my guy. But when I ain't gonna lie to you, like I listened to the first little bit of it, got off. Then the second time it came on, first little bit got off. Like I ain't gonna, because I've always been told if I ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. So it was just more of me just really hopping off, and I cranked on my own show. We got it cracking over there.
Okay, I
Yeah,
got
so
you.
I ain't stayed through the whole thing, man. I couldn't do it because I like I said before, I know what I saw during the times, during the very beginning of the pandemic. I know what I saw on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, nah, let me just stay far away from that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, all I was saying, if Twitter was that poignant, right? It was
Yeah.
that toxic to the fact where it's set with people for a long time. We have to know what it is word for word, unless it was a
Yeah.
very long
Yeah.
time. Not word for word, but it has to be summarized in some
Yeah.
way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it was a couple things. I know one of the biggest things was what I was just telling you. Of course, with Jamil Charlo, that was one of the things. But that was like that was like one of the few things, recently. But even there was more things before that. When we was all on lockdown, when everybody was in the house. You see what I'm saying? And like I said, that's been since 2020. I have to go back and what I'm saying, see exactly what was said.
Okay, that's what's up. I mean, yeah, I just look at it from two sides always. I
Yeah,
just look at it from two sides. Um, those are one of those man. It's enough poison to go around in this situation because for one, they call him Rick prejudice off based off his comments, and then that prejudice and racism is directed towards the blacks and what they're saying, but yet he has an immediate connection to a black woman he see every day, which is his wife. So
right.
it becomes the poison is different. Like I hear a lot of black people, they'll get on there and respond to Rick Glaser. They don't really give a damn he married to a sister or not. We don't know who that sister is. We don't know how educated she is. We don't know nothing. We just heard her talk the other night on his show and say you need to invite me on the show. So people out there tearing Rick Glaser down for what he said controversially, and shit like that. But yet, what happens when his wife? Are they the same black people that was up here tearing down him? Are they going to go ahead and speak to his wife like that? And she
Right.
has to understand that may potentially happen.
Right.
She may get some energy.
Yeah, hey, she gonna get some energy, all right now.
Yeah, I'm just, Fred, if you listen, I really want to hear what you know my sister want to talk about. I just want because she's married to a controversial
Yeah,
figure
yeah,
who has been known to say some shit on social media that people don't like. But if it's against black people and you're black, people are gonna ask you, so what have you experienced? What's going on? Why you make that choice to marry him? Out of all the black, it's gonna get rough for her. So I'm gonna
mhm.
see how long it's gonna take Fred to have her on the show. That's all.
Yeah, yeah, man.
That shit's gonna be wild.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild. Hey, it's gonna be wild. But like I say, everybody do have their own opinion. You know what I'm saying? And what would the world be if we all thought the same? It'd be retarded, right? But I just thought I ain't gonna say I just thought, but I kind of felt that we was past a little bit of the racism, but that shit still exists, man. It still exists. It don't matter what you're doing. Race matters in everything that we do. So
Yeah.
yeah,
All
man.
right. Appreciate you pulling up, man. I'm gonna continue to dig in
Oh
this
yeah, man. I'm gonna let you cook, man. I'm gonna let you cook.
live.
I'll be in your chat.
I appreciate you, man.
Yes, indeed.
So once again, I'm citing Barbershop Conversations, the second live stream he did with Rick Glaser. And I'm just going to, give my feedback on some of the visitors. Like it's no censorship. There's no censorship on his show. He says no censorship. So it's definitely going to be no censorship when I make my comments on certain individuals speaking on the platform and what they had to say. Let's get down to it.
So I'm going to fight the best fight. I'm not chasing George down to Australia. I'm going to fight the best fight. Hey Gary Russell, congratulations, get Mark something. You want to fight in May? That's where I'm at with it. Hey Tank Davis, you got this Ali Act. Why don't you come make this money? We'll pay the 20% that you need to pay out. I'll make this fight over here. Let's have this fight in New York. Let's have it in Vegas.
And all that stuff. Okay, first of all, it was never proven that
from Devon to going to Australia, and what I mean by many, I mean 5,000 people ain't leaving Lomachenko country to go to Australia.
No, none of them are, but you got to remember
New York. I'm gonna tell you like this, Rick. What do you think about Devin Haney versus Kambosos?
Is it a fight you want to see? And do you feel like Kambosos is the undisputed champion?
I'll answer that question like I answered last week. This is a weird thing. I look at Kambosos as the undisputed champion, but I also look at Devin as the WBC lightweight champ, is because the confusion was not made by the fighters.
Hold up. So I have to stop this periodically because if I say it on my panel, there may be limited ears, so to speak, or people that actually give a damn to dig a little deeper. I said this a long time ago when I was up here saying Teofimo Lopez was the undisputed champion. Rick Glaser, in a sense, on this answer, I do agree with, because when it comes down to the influence of those outside of the fighters, how can you blame the fighters? I've said for a long time that Devin was not in position to be the mandatory for Lomachenko like that. You know, Mauricio Sulaiman came out and spoke on that. So the terminology of one word, undisputed, has everything to do with who? The president of the WBC. That's who is the cause. Just like he has continued to bleed over and rename the belt and everything else. And he continued to basically confirm to the boxing media that Kambosos is indeed a higher level champion in the lightweight division than Devin Haney. And that would basically precede Teofimo Lopez. Same case, same set of belts. Just like I was saying. Listen to what he has to say, though.
Confusion was made by the WBC. You cannot blame the WBC you cannot blame the fighters for what the WBC did. So yeah, I believe Devin is the world lightweight champ, but I also believe Kambosos is the undisputed champ. It's a weird thing because you can't blame the fighters. It's Mauricio Sulaiman worded the thing wrong, and he didn't say it properly, even though he had good intent on his part. It didn't come out properly.
Fred, what about you? Do you feel like Kambosos is the undisputed champion?
No, I would definitely say Devin Haney is the WBC world champion for sure. I think
See, Fred, I look at it this way. My take on it, I'm not saying Devin Haney is not the WBC champion. All I'm saying is when you continue to have somebody inject doubt, they continue to blow it up. They continue to bring in that injection to a point where now the persuasion is you've been speaking on this. You're on the platform high enough so people can listen to you. You have the method of authorization to make these changes. Just like Glaser said, Mauricio Sulaiman has changed the wording over and over again. I don't dispute that Devin Haney is indeed WBC world champion. Not at all. But when you have the president of a sanctioning body causing all this confusion, not only did he do it with Teofimo Lopez periodically to basically devalue Devin Haney, he even took it to a whole nother level when it came to Kambosos. He took it to a whole nother level with Kambosos. He co-signed and agreed that he was the undisputed. And then he came up with some bogus ass name as a pride champion. But I never, said that, he wasn't something, because the belt still had relevance in neighboring divisions in boxing. But when it comes down speaking this to the general public, I just think like there's a moderator here that's influencing people. He's the moderator. He's the basically the connect from the sanction bodies, the WBC, the controversy. He's the moderator. He's the one sitting up here making all these changes on the fly. And the person that's not benefiting from these changes is Devin Haney, because he's basically lowered his appraisal all the way down, like his WBC belt is the lemon on the lot. Real talk. That's what he's done, man.
Was it the franchise belt?
No, French fry belt.
French fry belt. Thank you. is basically the belt that they give on Cinco de Mayo,
Shout
Mexican,
out Keon, I see you.
Juneteenth. Floyd's next 4 rounder against a guy who don't know English. Stuff like that. Those are the belts. That's what I think of, the French fry belt. Sure.
Okay,
Devin's earned it. I think Devin's
Mauricio Suleiman, he said that Kambosos was the undisputed champion, right, Fred? Is that correct?
He did. And if he says it, he's the president. So I mean,
that was Fred. That's why I'm saying what I said.
Yeah, he's in charge.
I consider one.
Are both of them wrong? Is Fred wrong? Is Rick Glaser wrong? They saying the same thing I was saying. It's the president. His ultimate influence is trickling down and filtered to the audience. They have listening ears, don't they? When you listen to something, it's up to you on whether you want to digest it or you basically just let it flow out. It's up to you on whether you want to catalog the information or not. You know what I'm saying? Mauricio Suleiman is the one that's been pushing the discord. He the one is the president of the WBC. So how can any of us change what he's been placed out there in the minds and the eyesight of the boxing fans, that Teofimo was undisputed, George Kambosos was undisputed?
On the undisputed champ, I still consider that Haney, just because what he said was confusing.
Yeah.
You agree? Do you agree with that, Fred?
Yeah, the people thinks Devin Haney. I mean, come on, man. I don't care if you pro Teofimo Lopez, you pro Kambosos, pro Lomachenko, top ranked, racist, anti-racist, pro Mexican. Devin Haney has the belt, y'all. Like, I mean,
I agree.
Let's just. Devin Haney has the belt. If Mauricio Suleiman wants to acknowledge him, it's his. Let him do what he owns. Devin Haney will be the people's champ. You know what I mean? He'll get more luster behind him, but I would like to see Devin in a big fight. Tank Davis, Gary Russell. What's the guy's name? George Kambosos. Yeah, I'm not one for the undisputed unification with the fans. Well, I'm not fighting for a belt or for a thing that says I'm not worth anything. So I'm going to fight the best fight. I'm not chasing George down to Australia. I'm going to fight the best fight. Hey, Gary Russell, congratulations again, Mark something. You want to fight in May? That's where I'm at with it. Hey, Tank Davis, you got this Ali Act. Why don't you come make this money? We'll pay the 20% that you need to pay out. I'll make this fight over here. Let's have this fight in New York. Let's have it in Vegas. That's where I'm at with it.
Okay, Fred. And yesterday, Bob Arum, he did an interview. He said nobody knows Devin Haney in Australia. Did you see that, Fred? And Rick, what you guys think about that? He said Lomachenko is the much bigger fight in Australia. Nobody knows Devin Haney, pretty much.
He is. I agree with that Lomachenko and Kambosos is a much bigger fight in Australia than Devin Haney, and just what the facts are.
Well, I talked to some people in Australia. They said, Devin Haney is popular in Australia.
See, this is where the conversation between experienced individuals in boxing have to lower themselves, so they can choose their words correctly. Because that question from Skip Mark was just stupid. What is the population in Australia? And why you don't have these people calling into the show? And if they did call into the show, who could give a damn about what they talking about? Because just like in the US, they come down here and say, hey, so-and-so said this box is this, and this, and he'll beat that fighter. And then there's going to be 100 other people that saying what? Nah, that's not true. They just talking. That's full of shit. They just talking. Don't make any sense. So how can look? How can we take this shit serious? Somebody calling Australia, talking about he is popular, and this is a person who's dogging the shit out of Devin Haney. So I can't really take him serious But to get back to the point at hand, I disagree with Rick Glaser when you want to be definitive in how you're saying that Lomachenko is a better fight. You're selling it to the people as if it's a fact. In true, raw reality, it's just your opinion. For whatever reason, you may like Lomachenko more than you like Devin Haney. But to sit up here and go through the same method of algorithm, artificial intelligence runs rampant right now through the social media network. Artificial intelligence has people being as dumb as they want to be every day in life. I'm just being honest with you. Rick Glaser know damn well he doesn't have the consensus report to know of Lomachenko. He might like Lomachenko better than Devin, but he doesn't have the consensus report to say that Lomachenko is a better fighter. And also, if he's friends with Bob Arum, of course he's going to push Bob's fighter. I wouldn't put that on a form of racism with extreme bias, yes. But you remember Eddie Hearn walked through the streets of NYC asking people did they know Deontay Wilder, which was totally bogus, when nobody knows who the fuck Anthony Joshua is. So when people say, well, I called over to Australia and my 3 crackheads told me that, yeah, this was it, man. Come on, stop. Like, that's not going to be enough to get a fight. It's going to be up to Kambosos. If this fight is big enough for the boxing fans, we need Kambosos on this motherfucker. We need Kambosos over here. I want to hear what Kambosos has to say. Somebody from Kambosos' team, at least. But all this bullshit about, what Rick Glaser said about Lomachenko being a bigger fight in Australia than Devin Haney, I don't agree with that at all.
And people are going to show up to that fight no matter who is with. If Kambosos decides to fight Loma, or if he fights Devin Haney, it's still going to be a big fight no matter what. Do you agree with that, Fred? That the Haney fight is also a big fight, and Bob is just pretty much talking bad about Devin Haney because that's not his fighter, and he wants that fight for Loma.
The Devin Haney and Kambosos is a big fight, but Lomachenko and Kambosos is just a much bigger fight. It's the best way to put it.
So he switched it up. He says it's a big fight, but it's a much bigger fight. So he's basically digressing in a sense, a partial recant.
More meaningful in the world of boxing.
Fred, what you think, Fred?
More bigger? Really?
Oh yeah, much bigger.
Really?
Absolutely.
How bigger? Like, for real? How bigger? Like,
let's put it this way to you. My 2 nephews are boxing fans. They buy pay-per-view. One of them never heard Devin Haney. We talked about it the other day. The one of them said, I heard him, I've never seen him fight. He's fighting at an app. Okay, that's, in other words, not ESPN app, the Zone. They know Lomachenko, both of them. They always ask me, when's Lomachenko fighting again?
Okay.
There you go. Because he fights on free ESPN.
I stand corrected. I might be wrong because 2012 was what? 2012 Olympics was what? Where? Location?
I don't know.
Where was the 2012 and 2008 Olympics? Because those were the Olympics that he won, right? 2012 and 2008. Yeah. So he may have a bigger, because Devin didn't really do an amateur route. So he may be bigger internationally when you put it all together, when you mix the sauces. But honestly, ain't nobody from Lomachenko going to Australia. Not many people from Devin are going to Australia. And what I mean by many, I mean 5,000 people ain't leaving Lomachenko country to go to Australia.
No, none of them are, but you got to remember something. The fight will resonate bigger in Australia with Lomachenko, who they know who he is, over Devin Haney. I'm very friendly with the Maloney's, Team Maloney, the Jason and Andrew Maloney, which are top-ranked fighters over there. They're managers Their co-managers have been longtime clients of mine. And as they continue to be today, I supply them with sparring partners and other supplemental services. Basically speaking, is that the one Maloney brother told me when we were in Tulsa back over the summer that who would be good over in Australia. This is before Gambosis even won the title. Okay, but then he was the number one contender. And would that fight do good in Australia? He said he's talking about Gambosis and what's his name and Teofimo. Yes, it would do good. Well, what happens if Lomachenko fought over there against somebody? So he doesn't have to fight anybody from Australia, just because fact that's Lomachenko. That was his words, not mine. So I'm sorry, I didn't say that one of the baloney. One of the managers said it. Sorry about that. Just said that.
Yeah, I'm glad he clarified that because you just said you help him out with sparring partners and everything else. What I'm hearing at this point in time is, I have to look at it this way. With Rick Glaser, a lot of his reference are leaning towards people that he have some type of connection with. He loves the reference Top Rank. So if he loves the reference Top Rank shit, right? Of course he's gonna highlight the good, the great, the gooder, and the goodest when it comes to Lomachenko. Everything's gonna be great because that is his one of his small priorities. Where his loyalty lies is with Bob Arum. So he's gonna hype up Lomachenko and say it'll be a bigger fight over there and everything. No, that's bullshit. That's not true. That's not right. That's just your own opinion. And your own opinion with the platform that you have will influence those who tune in and listen to what you got to say. Or you have people that don't even tune in to what Rick Glaser has to say on a daily basis. But this right here, they would say, you know what? I don't like Haney anyway. Okay. All right. Yeah, he right. He absolutely right. You heard what Rick Glaser said? They go do lives. You heard what Rick Glaser said? That just goes to show you Haney can't sell. No, that's not saying anything. It's just saying that Rick Glaser is a biased individual when it comes to speaking Lomachenko and Devin Haney. Obviously, he doesn't have a care for Devin Haney like that. But he's basically embraced, you know what I'm saying, the Lomachenko, bringing up his amateur like a lot of people love to do.
But this is what the facts are. Now, going to this Thomas Davis.
Showtime, what's good? What's good?
Statement about the cheating, about the peds and all that stuff. Okay, first of all, it was never proven that Fury was never suspended. It's not on box record or anything for any pets. It was an allegation. That's number one. Number two is they tested for all three fights for steroids, all kinds of performance enhancing drugs, and he wasn't on. And the Fury fans and the Wilder fans and Wilder's never accused him of doing any peds at all. They were talking about the rumors about the spiked water, the quote loaded gloves, Mark Breland going against what do you call it in the second, all kinds of stuff.
You call Mark Breland a snake, man. It's a whole lot of bullshit.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
No, he called Mark Breland a snake. And
let me be clear. This has absolutely nothing to do with why having Rick Glaser on the panel, because you're basically, once again, I understand why certain people are upset with the non-correction, but when you say it's non-censorship, it's not like he condoning the questions as if he agree with them. He just allowing the individual to ask the question. You know what I'm saying? We don't care what was said about Mark Breland being a snake. We don't care. Obviously, this is hate projected at a black man, Deontay Wilder, coming from Skip Mark, who just don't like anything about, the champ at all. So this was where it had a down spout in this whole situation, because it really took away from the task at hand, what we're trying to find out. We're not trying to have Rick Glaser say anything, controversial about Deontay Wilder, in a sense, because he's up here talking the same shit he always talked I mean, we heard all this shit before. He thought Mark Breland tainted the water and everything else. He never wavered from it, nor was a defamation lawsuit ever adjudicated from both Tyson Fury and freaking Mark Breland.
And that's it was a whole bunch of bullshit with the gloves, the spiked water, and all that crazy shit.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Anything else, H?
Man, I appreciate it, man. Thank you guys, man. Have a great night. H Money Boxing, David Morrell Jr., the future of boxing from Cuba. What?
Who do you like more, right? And what I mean by that, these guys feel like, well, Mexicans got a country behind them, this, that, and the third. If you promoting somebody and telling everybody that these guys are better to promote, better to do business with, and all this right here, and then you got commentators who are on ESPN working for these companies, right? Saying that black fighters, the only way they can sell is to be a villain, to be an outcast. And then when people look at you, you the bad guy. We got...
You know, I always say this, right? Communication is everything, right? But it gets difficult sometimes because we actually have some idiots in life, for real. They just didn't become idiots. They already had the damn shit in their DNA to be an idiot. I'm serious. I'm not being arrogant about it. It's just certain people who, you know, when it comes to conversations like this, they just always gonna show their most raw side. You know what I'm saying? They act like they're not really prepared to be a part of the conversation. It's just a miscellaneous shit that's always said out of anger. You know what I'm saying? Listen to Rick Glaser speak on a platform. I haven't really heard him start to, you know, drop derogatory obscenities or anything like that. But, you know, the callers are going to call in and they're going to speak as they speak. But we have to understand and be wary, right? The energy that you give off to people when you're addressing them deals with a lot on how your response is going to be. If you come in all fired up, even answering the question, depends on who it is, who's the recipient or who you're in a dialogue with, they're going to give you the same energy. And they may not respond with what you want them to respond with. Based off the energy, based off how you already, you know, come in and addressing them as an adult.
Who said? You're confusing me. Who said that?
ESPN commentator. He said even Shakur Stevenson will face this.
Man, y'all gotta have names, goddammit. Deacon 305, you gotta have names, bro. Y'all can't just say y'all. Look, I hear people all the time talking about 3 and 5 dollar words. Stop worrying. Look, stop worried about what a person's saying and really focus in on how he's saying it. You know what I'm saying? How are you articulating something? If you're gonna say ESPN commentator, if you have enough recall memory to bring this shit up, have a name attached with it. Have a name so the conversation goes along smoothly. Nobody's gonna damn brainstorm and troubleshoot for you. If you got a problem with what somebody said about Shakur Stevenson potentially facing this in boxing, have a name so that person can address both sides.
In the future, where he has to play the role of the villain.
And who said it?
I forgot that Kriegel, Mark Kriegel, I think is
Mark Kriegel said it.
Okay, he may have said it. I never heard it, so I'm not familiar. Well, I don't listen to Mark Kriegel. So there's your answer.
So we get to listen to on live television straight up racism, and it says so cavalier and so nonchalant, like it's no big deal. This is what it is. Take it or leave it. And then I heard you said your two nephews don't know Devin Haney, but they know Lomachenko. So therefore, Lomachenko is a bigger star. Sir, with all due respect, you just talking about two people in your family. They are not everyone.
Well,
okay.
And you ask if Devin Haney walked through the center of a crowded mall, nobody would know him.
And it's
see that right there. See that, Rick? This is where we get to the table and say, you know, you fucked up, right? One thing that I try to stay away from is something that encompasses all without any in-depth research. You saying nobody will know Devin Haney in the mall, man? God damn, what mall are we fucking talking about? The earth isn't a mall. Damn, sometimes educated people keep their brain in park. Real talk. Sometimes people with intellect keep their brain in motherfucking park. Because who the fuck, what mall are you talking about? And why are we basing the populace, the global populace, in a global annual sport off a mall? The analogy just failed miserably. You want to talk about Lomachenko walking into a mall? Well, bring Lomachenko down here to the A and see how many people don't know who the fuck he is. Then bring Devin Haney down here to the A, being at this Black Hollywood, and see how many people know who he is. Especially if Bill is walking with him. Of course they're gonna know who the fuck he is. But bring Lomachenko and his manager down here and walk up in one of these malls and see what happened. So what mall are we talking about there, Rick?
Sir, I'm gonna tell you that right there is ludicrous, and that's disrespectful for you to.
When was the last time Devin Haney fought on national TV? He fights on an app. He does not fight on national TV. Lomachenko is fighting on national TV. People know him. Okay.
Can I put? You made your point. Let me make my point.
Sure.
I think you're being highly disrespectful to Devin Haney, and I'm gonna tell you why. Let me explain why. You're being very disrespectful.
No, I'm not. Because I think he's an excellent fighter. I said so on the show last week, didn't I, Fred?
You said he's a good fighter, I believe.
Said he's a very good fighter.
Yeah, you did. Sir, champion. That's the equivalence of you throwing a rock and hiding your hand. You give the man a compliment on one hand and tear him down on the other hand. You're saying that he's a good fighter.
Nobody knows and he fights on an app.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Since you say Lomachenko is a bigger star than Devin Haney, okay then, Devin Haney is making more money than this kid. Devin Haney is 10 times to me more bigger than a Lomachenko who has networks who are lying about his record, saying that this man has no losses. When we saw him lost in the ring, all this blatant racism goes on. They uplift one guy and tear down another group of people. This is what's going on in the sport of boxing. This is why I say that.
Okay, Deacon. I just have to pause it for a second. Okay. The live wasn't about Devin Haney. All right. I can understand if you're mad about the bias that you're trying to explain in relation to what Rick Glaser said. You have a valid point. You do. You have a valid point in it being disrespectful. I totally agree. But what my problem is that you're making all about Devin Haney off someone's opinion. So in order to validate your defense, right, on what Rick Glaser said about Devin Haney not being more well-known than Lomachenko, is you bring in the money aspect. The money aspect of a contract has nothing to do with popularity. That is exactly what Bill and Devin was able to negotiate and get paid. Perfect example there, Deacon 305. Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford was making good money. His guaranteed money was higher than most. But yet, they say, oh, he doesn't sell PPV. He doesn't do this. That is the same situation that you're presenting to Rick Glaser. Y'all can't. Why do y'all always try to, when you validate a black fighter or whatever, it's all about the money. If a fighter initially signed to a contract and the money was decent, that doesn't mean he's gonna get put on the pound for pound list if he ain't fight nobody. And we all know that somebody that he steps in there with has to be somebody. They too have to have some Wall Street in boxing. Their stock has to be, levitating right now. We can't just bring up money issues. Crawford was making money. They say he ain't selling. He ain't nothing on PPV. Devin makes money, but he hasn't really been on PPV like that. He has no solid numbers to basically represent what he's been able to accomplish as a PPV fighter. Who cares about how much money he's making, man? We're talking about him sizing up as far as popularity goes and viewership to face Kambosos, whether he's more popular or Lomachenko's more important. I mean, more popular. That's the take. That's the biggest question right there. Who's the bigger name? Who has the highest stock in boxing? Lomachenko and Devin Haney. You can't say he makes more, so he's better. We don't know the fucking numbers, y'all. When it comes to blacks in general, stop putting a motherfucking materialistic fruit up there. One has been beaten, is soft, is spoiled. Don't nobody want to see hear no monetary shit put up there, as if that's the only thing black fighters have to live off of. Hey, well, he getting more money than this. He's the more pop. That's not true. But I disagree with Rick Glaser saying he walked into a mall. What motherfucking mall? What mall are we talking about?
That you're being very disrespectful.
What are you talking about? They say he has no losses.
Every time they put up Lomachenko's record, they hide this man lost. They got him as undefeated. And check this out.
I never saw that. I watched it. All the shows.
Okay.
And see, Rick Glaser acting like he got motherfucking, acute cataracts. Because that shit happened with the same person that you connected with. Is it relevant to the topic? Hell no. Because it's so open-ended. Once again, you have to know who was in charge of that. Who's in charge of the network? Who's running what is being presented out to the general public? Who's in charge of that? That's a big ass question, bro. We're up here talking about what's been posted up there. Well, guess what? It's been some more controversial shit. As far as the 4-bet era, we didn't see T.O. up there. All right, cool. And then when they talk about all the commentators up there, my man Brian Custer, they had him down as the host. Because you look at my interview I did with him down here in Atlanta, I said, I thought it was disrespect for them to recognize you as the host. So what is that? Do they have a NBF when it comes to the network too? They're not putting certain names up there, and then they put Lomachenko's record being 14-0. It's up to us to call them out on that, right? And that's what Deacon 305, he's making mention of it. But as far as all the other controversy dealing with Rick Glaser, he has no motherfucking responsibility about that. Hold him responsible for what you're mad at him about. Hold him fucking responsible. Don't talk all over the world about every problem a black man or woman has had and expect him to say, well, what do you want me to do? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, that's cool.
I don't listen to Mark Kriegel, but
from the second fight, matter of fact, from the first fight, second fight, he was totally destroyed with what went on. That hurted me to my heart, bro. I can't even tell you how I really felt and what I really wanted to do behind that shit. But
see, that right there has nothing to do with Rick Glaser, man. You know how many times people get threatened? This is my take on that. You gonna keep it on boxing, or you talking about threats? You are one of hundreds of thousands that probably feel some type of way about that if they supported Deontay Wilder the way they did. But we don't need to hear what you was gonna do about it. The way you felt, I get it. But all the other stuff you're talking, Rick Glaser has nothing to do with it. It's just making us look a certain way.
Go to that third fight. In that first fight, if you watch the count, Deontay Wilder should have won by stoppage. And not just by stoppage in the first fight, he should have won by decision. They took it from him 2 times. That's my brother. Can't nobody tell me he ain't got no heart. Tyson Fury can't compare, man. Never could compare. to that black man. I don't give a damn if he got him 12 times. He could never be the man that Deontay Wilder is. Hey, man.
Rick don't have a response.
I love y'all, Fred. I love my people.
Okay.
When I say
We know that, Deacon.
I put my life on the line for my people, bro. I love y'all, man. And that'll never stop. Peace out.
Appreciate you, Deacon.
Yes, sir.
Jai the Real says Fury was suspended.
At all. Matter of fact, so I know something that was said. Bob said something was about something else unrelated to race, but something else, and Bob says, "Hey, not here. Leave that alone." Blah 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 to somebody years ago. I'm talking about 20 years ago. There was a waiter that was a little light in the loafers at a restaurant that we were eating at, and the waiter was a little light in the loafers, and somebody said something at the table, and Bob says, "Forget that. I don't even want to hear stuff like that."
Hey, Rick, I'm not gonna lie to you, Rick. I don't know what the hell that means, my man. What is light in the loafers? You gotta explain that.
Gay?
Oh, okay.
Light in the loafers. You never heard that before?
No.
Fred, did you know what that meant?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Well, we know Fred is in y'all in the same circles. You know what I mean?
Fred.
No, because
I just got a compliment.
When I appreciate that. That's clever. But when I go to I drive through Buffalo. I've never.
It ain't both, and this is the same case right here. So
I'm skipping through some things.
Then they owe me a fight. Then why did he announce his fight? That the Porter fight was the last fight? Then he had one more fight to go if he was owed one more fight. So he actually accidentally triggered what will be Top Rank's argument that he said that we had no fights left when he opened up his mouth. Okay, so we don't owe him the money, but if we do owe him,
hold on, let me get to my point.
Unbeknownst to you, as you walk up on it, what would be your response? Nieces, anything like that?
Okay, fine.
Now,
if you feel you're short of the fight, then your contract wasn't over when you fought Porter. Can't have it both ways, guys. It's one or the other.
Right.
To the smart people in the chat, right? We here to basically address the situation with Rick Glaser and his controversy. All right. So what you about to hear next, I want you to process it as intelligent human beings. Process it, because I know a lot of you out there go through life that you won't put up with stupidity. You know what I'm saying? A person that's supposed to be an adult but acting juvenile. Because when it comes to us, we have to learn how to speak to one another. It's important. It's important to know how to speak to somebody. You know what I'm saying? But Black people, we need to understand that we can do better with speaking to one another. And also, time a situation arrive that's dealing with racism or someone that's accusable of promoting it, a provocator, a protagonist, whatever you want to call them, you have to at least sometimes on this particular platform, the YTC, allow the audience to hear both sides of the situation. Because it does nothing to go out here and act like you never made it out of grade school. You know what I'm saying? That you was always that kid in the corner with the big hat on and shit on punishment before it was a timeout. Listen to this dumbass shit.
Question. That was the first question of the show, man. To go back.
Thomas, where you been, bro?
But I do gotta correct you though, Big Rick. There is a such thing as slim thick. Shout out to I had to for the people.
Great. So
I do it all over again tomorrow, except I made Fred pay for the marriage license.
So that definitely means you love your wife. I mean, with that response, correct?
Absolutely. Greatest woman I ever met in my life. I even told my mother, better than my mother.
Now, you got daughters, nieces.
Pay close attention to this idiot, 817. Pay close attention.
Anything like that?
I have nieces, but no daughters. No.
Cool. All right. So let me set a scenario for you, and then I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions. Okay?
Sure.
being as it that you have important women in your life, I understand your distaste for women's boxing. Okay, I can understand that to each his.
First of all, what God bless you with has absolutely nothing to do with somebody's distaste for women's boxing. He's married to a woman. Bro, if you anywhere close to the motherfucking live chat, you're welcome to click the link. You sound absolutely stupid and illiterate, bro. This had to be the most dumbest question on this entire live. You're trying to basically go over and basically give a run through of the man's family on whether he has daughters or not. Since he has no daughters, he wouldn't be able to relate to women's boxing. Isn't that not the most dumbest shit you ever heard in your life? If I have no females in here, I hate females. If God didn't bless me to reproduce, procreate, females in my family, I don't like women's boxing. God damn, man. When you have people on a platform like this and you have the opportunity to win, though, make it count. Not for nothing.
Right? But there was one situation that you described upon.
Let me go back a little bit.
Great. So
I do it all over again tomorrow, except I make Fred pay for the marriage license.
So that definitely means you love your wife. I mean, with that response, correct?
Absolutely. Greatest woman I ever met in my life. I even told my mother, better than my mother.
Now, you got daughters, nieces, anything like that?
I have nieces, but no daughters. No.
Cool. All right. So let me set a scenario for you, and then I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions. Okay?
Sure.
Being as it that you have important women in your life, I understand your distaste for women's boxing. Okay, I can understand that to each his own, right? Mm-hmm. But there was one situation that you described upon your last visit here in the barbershop that I truly didn't respect. And let me say this. If you and your wife are out eating and you happen to step away either for the bathroom or to get a waiter for whatever the situation is, and I take it upon myself to start shouting disrespectful epithets to you and your wife, or to your wife, unbeknownst to you as you walk up on it, what would be your response, sir?
Well, it's a very funny thing. It's a weird thing because it depends where I was. It was my own hometown. That would never happen.
Right, because right. And I'm thinking that somebody in your hometown would stop me, correct?
I would step in between the person doing the shouting and my wife, in between.
All right, I'm glad you said that. So, during Clarissa Shields' weigh-in with her opponent, when the gentleman that you so eloquently defended and protected after he got assaulted was shouting disrespectful and abominous things to Clarissa Shields and her people. Hold on, let me finish, sir, because I'm going to listen to you.
Okay.
He disrespected her in multiple ways, and none of the men in that room approached him and stopped him. As you would say, the men would stop me and approach me in your neighborhood. But you found a way to call her nasty, derogatory, any derogatory thing you can say about her, but nothing about the men in that room. But you won't allow the same thing to happen to somebody you love. So, Mr. Glaser, while you sit up here, hold on, Mr. Glaser. So when you sit up here and you want somebody to respect you in your opinion, but you will handle the shit a different way, I got a problem with it. And I tell you what, if it wasn't in your neighborhood, your coward ass wouldn't say shit. The only way you feel protected is when you amongst your people. Don't attack a woman. Stand up and be a man. Drop your nuts. Put that ass.
So y'all heard that, right? There's not much I have to say because I'm gonna tell you, some people I know in the chat totally understands that obviously this person is projecting things that's going on in his life. because to go on a tangent and give one of the most horrible analogies possible to this entire live. Horrible to bring in Carissa Shields and comparing to the man's wife. First of all, you're asking him about a situation out of the clear blue. Is someone is who? Motherfucker, someone is who? Where you at? Someone who? Screaming somewhere. Who is that someone and why? Why? Who is the someone and why? Was it because he's married to a black woman? What was the reason? You got to dress it up a little bit better. And then furthermore, you go on to talk about Carissa Shields' situation, and he said nasty things. If the man disliked Carissa Shields, right? That's his opinion. Because he said Rick Glaser feeling comfortable around his own people. Are you comfortable around being around an idiot like that? Well, hey, my people, they do some crazy shit too, bro. I can speak on because I'm black yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Being comfortable around your own people? Are you speaking from experience? Are you comfortable around your own people or not? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, that question, that shit that you just rambled off about Carissa Shields and what happened with, what transpired between her opponent, coach, and her half brother sucker punching the dude. How does that boil down to Rick Glaser's responsibility? How is he culpable for some shit that happened? And you talking about the men in the room didn't do shit? They did, man. The dude was arrested. Now, the reason, look, just like I said, I even said the same thing. If Rick Glaser said, you know what, it was distasteful and disgusting that she knew who did it, but yet she was in denial to protect them. Once again, this is a situation that made headlines already. So let's get down to family member protecting family member. Okay, cool. I can see that. Family member protecting family member, do that shit. But when it came down to her knowing and pretending like she didn't in such a situation where you got to look at the older gentleman, they was just doing some, verbal jarring back and forth. Him being punched, sucker punched, and landing and knocking out his teeth. He could have died. For a situation that was delegated, the punishment was delegated by a third party, not the two that was actually involved. Her half brother, a third party listener, came in there to intervene with physical violence, and he punched the man. How does that have to do with Rick Glaser? How does that have to do with anything, bro? And then you say you was gonna listen to the man, but no, we know. And the reason why I say this about this idiot is because he's very misinformed in life in general. He has a thing with always mentioning women. I think there was more so for him to shine on Fred's platform for himself because he has this thing that somehow, some way, I think he was raised with women. Something. He might have some feminine ways about himself that he's just insecure about. But you addressing that information to Rick Glaser was actually the most irrelevant part of this entire live. To get on there and call him a coward, pussy, and run. What kind of bitch made type of damn move with that? You was able to express everything you had, and then you ran off the platform. That is bitch tendencies.
What was the what happened? I don't. Do you remember the last interview?
Yeah, I just said that what she did was disgusting. That she said that she didn't know who did it. She said that she had no association with the guy. It turned out to be her half brother, and she knew it. The film showed she knew it.
So what's wrong with that? He's just making a point. I thought it was distasteful, disgusting that she knew who the culprit was. She didn't say anything. But we all know it's different when it comes to family. We know that shit. That's all I'm saying. We know that. So if she didn't want to tell on her half brother, the fight was in Flint, Michigan. I understand that. She just let law enforcement do their job. And you know, video is what it is, and they end up arresting, and the rest is history. But at least if you're gonna address someone with aggressive type of manner, especially on this YTC, just allow them the opportunity to respond. That's all.
So that's all I was saying was I thought that was disgusting what she did. I didn't say it was disgusting that she he attacked her verbally or she attacked him. She knew who the guy was and she lied about it, and it was clearly her half brother. So that's all I said. So
And see, that just goes to show you us not having all our bullets and ducks in a row, not having your bullet points lined up and ducks in a row. It's very important. You're talking to someone who really don't have to provide his access to us. But if you're gonna talk about something he said about another black fighter, this point in reference is Clarissa Shields, at least have all your shit in line. And if you're gonna reference something that you disliked, attach it to the right moment. At least have that on board. Attach it to the right moment.
he made a mountain out of a molehill, to be honest with you. But it's all right. He knew he was wrong, so he fled. He didn't allow me to make a comeback.
And see, that's true, man. Don't be you call him a coward, but you were the one who's acting in that mannerism. You gonna call the man a coward and say pussy and run, bitch tendencies.
I was shocked 817 jumped out, but yeah.
You like to drop the mic.
But he left right when he became.
Did you hear what Cal said? He liked to drop the mic. Let me say something about mic droppers. That's not dropping the mic when you leave the room. And you pretty much was selfish the whole entire time because you never was going to allow him to respond to you because you unwilling to listen. You just want to be a talker. Talk all the fucking time. Talk. What's weird about the whole thing, we just didn't get anything out of it. Rick Glaser didn't have a chance to respond with that person being on the panel.
Became a star. They bought him out of the contract for $750,000 right after the Floyd Mayweather fight, and right after the Gaddy fight. And that really would have made him a star. And they saw that, and everybody saw that. Bob just said, "You don't want to work with me? Buy me out. See you later." That's all. Business.
You know what he told me? He says,
"Who's he?"
Great, yeah, Bob. He says that was the biggest mistake he made was not continuously working with Floyd.
Well, that may have been a mistake, but nobody turns down $750,000 when a guy don't want to be with him. So don't forget, it would have been a problem if he wouldn't have released him, and he would have kept working with him. Floyd would have done everything to do to try to poo-poo the relationship and been pissed off and acted in a negative manner. The relationship would never have been the same at that point. So I don't exactly agree with Bob on that.
252, what's up?
What's going on, man? Yo, I got a question for you.
Can't hear him.
Yeah, we talking.
So I just wanted to touch bases briefly on the situation with Floyd Mayweather. People sit up here and say, well, Floyd got out of the situation with Bob Arum back in the day. Listen to what they said.
Probably didn't remember me passing him in the lobby at the MGM or the hallway at the MGM. But the point was, he's not a warm guy. Shakur walks by him. Hey, Shakur, hey, how you doing? How you doing? Different kind of guy. He's got more of a warm personality. He smiles a lot. He's got a good sense of humor. Bud's a little on the dry side too. So,
how would you rate Bob's promotion of Floyd Mayweather?
Well, I think very good actually, but he left right when he became a star. They bought him out of the contract for $750,000 right after the Floyd Mayweather fight, and right after the Gaddy fight, and that really would have made him a star. And they saw that, and everybody saw that. Bob just said, "You don't want to work with me? Buy me out. See you later." That's all. Business.
You know what he told me? He says,
"Who's he?"
Bob? Yeah, Bob. He says that was the biggest mistake he made was not continuously working with Floyd.
Well, that may have been a mistake, but nobody turns down $750,000 when a guy don't want to be with them. So don't forget, it would have been a problem if he wouldn't have released them, and he would have kept working with them. Floyd would have done everything to do to try to poo-poo the relationship and been pissed off and acted in a negative manner. The relationship would never have been the same at that point. So I don't exactly agree with Bob on that.
252, what's up?
What's going on, man? Yo.
So that kind of clears up some, with a little bit of talk as far as Al Heyman and Bob Arum's situation, because you have to understand the lawsuit situation that took place. Total opposite of this right here. Promoters gonna feel how they are, businessmen gonna feel how they are. But check this out. He basically went over how Floyd was released. A lot of people was talking as if Bob Arum was, responsible for it in another way than business. Like, it was dealing with Floyd running away because it was racism in there, and it was a tough environment to work in. He felt like he was being held down and so forth. Pretty much, Al Heyman was the influencer of that whole thing. So it went down the way it did, and he ended up, buying himself, getting up out of there, Floyd, to do his own thing. But he just went in there and provided clarification as far as how it actually went down. Like, Bob say he's mad that he wasn't able to make more money with Floyd. Then on the other hand, when it's business, guess what? Persuasion is everything. And him getting up out of that final 750,000 and went on to make millions upon millions, I think it benefited, no matter if Al Heyman was a whisperer or not. Al Heyman was a whisperer, and he influenced it. Look where Floyd is at right now. It was obviously a damn good move for him to listen to the voice in his ear and continue to go. So I think it's small right now compared with the Crawford situation. It's very small to compare Floyd Mayweather. You had Mike Garcia that was sitting out for quite some time. People just don't really want to talk about it because he's Latino.
I got a question for you, man.
Can't hear him.
Yeah, we've been talking about. Now look, I'm not taking Bob Arum's side. I'm not taking Terrence Crawford's side. I'm not a fan of Bob Arum. Okay, that's a great answer. Okay, I didn't know. Okay, now I know.
By far, in the business, by far the two best matchmakers in the business. Okay? Sharon Space.
Okay, I agree. Look, what you told me, that's a selling point because some of these guys are like 20, 21 years old. So now.
Let me fast forward.
No, I've never even thought that before. You need organizers. You need people to put the money up. You need people to blend in with corporate America to get the money from the TV networks. Fighters aren't doing that. There's no way. That doesn't work like that.
Employee, employer. I'm just thinking that, like, with the fighters knowing what's been happening before them, are you shocked and is a piece of you still like, I wonder why these fighters just don't take over the sport?
No, I've never even thought that before. You need organizers. You need people to put the money up. You need people to blend in with corporate America to get the money from the TV networks. Fighters aren't doing that. There's no way. That doesn't work like that.
But
it's long. Bob Arum's got a lot of respect because, forget about the boxing. He came out of Harvard. He worked for the U.S. Attorney's Office. All that kind of stuff, during the Kennedy administration. And these guys all come from some kind of background of Al Heyman went to Harvard. I mean, these guys are blending in with corporate America. Fighters are not going to blend in with corporate America. Even Oscar has trouble blending in with corporate America as much as he is a great public figure. Was a great fighter.
All right, we got King Herbo coming in. Go ahead.
I just want to say what he just mentioned was absolutely on point. You know what I'm saying about how broad the system is when it comes to boxing, having people blend in with corporate America, the shakers and movers, those who behind the scene. It's much bigger than YTC. The shit we just see, we're just going up here, we grabbing a little a little cup and shit, and we're just skimming off the surface on what we believe is going on beneath. We're far off the truth, man. It's just a lot of opinionated scenarios on what we believe to be in that motherfucker. We'll have to dive deep down inside to see what's going on. And I think he made a solid point about how he encompasses boxing, what his thought process was and what encompasses, the business aspect of it. And, the shakers and mover and those individuals that needs to be out there to get the networks, to get the sponsorship, all that shit to make it work for a fighter.
I wanted to ask one question. Do you feel that the Tank and Loma fight will ever happen?
That's not important to me. Now, I like this exchange right here.
Things that you said.
Let me go back.
That's all I really wanted to ask.
Tomorrow, it'll already be done, and I can just come home and eat, man. The schedule, like I said, the schedule is crazy. And,
listen to this very careful now.
When I get home until I get used to the schedule back. I'm glad you're better, man.
Thank you.
Do you there's a team that
hold up, let me fast forward a little bit. It's not unimportant to me.
$150,000 buyout. Okay, that wasn't the fact. So drastically with publicly, it's not what happened. And
Mr. Glaser, how you doing?
good. How are you?
I'm good. I just wanted to come on, man, real quick and chop it up with you guys. I've been listening to some of the things that you're saying, man, and I'm totally in disagreement with you. One of the things that you said is that Lomo would fight anybody. That's not true. He gave up his belt so he wouldn't have to fight Haney, and took a franchise belt.
No, that's not what happened.
Okay, pay attention so we can stop the madness with this, because too many of us is just going around here saying the same thing all the time. Pay attention. I try to reiterate this several times over, and people keep on talking about what he was. Leave that shit in the past, because it's not going to have any effect on who Kambosos chooses. And we can't sit up here and say Haney ever would have got that fight with Lomachenko, with Mauricio Suleiman being the master magician. You know what I'm saying? The puppetizer. The puppeteer, so to speak. We never knew if he would have got the fight, but listen to what Rick Glaser had to say.
What happened behind the scenes. I know what was said publicly. It's not what happened. And Bill Haney knew it. He knew I had the dope on it. That's why I kept saying that fellow in New York City, you should talk to him. And Fred remembers that. And Bill back right now, and he knew I had the facts. So that's not what happened.
So
what happened?
What happened?
I'm not privy to discuss it. Like I didn't.
Well, he say he's not privy to discuss it. I watched that live. I pretty much know exactly what he's talking. Yes, he's not privy to discuss it because it was one of those situations. You know what I'm saying? The move behind the scene, it make the motherfucking undercurrent the way it is. Boxing has an undercurrent that's tremendous. For real. Things move at a different pace. And this is one of those situations.
Discuss it with Bill. Bill knew that I knew, and Bill clammed up, respectfully clammed up. As soon as I mentioned about that quote, guy in New York City, there was an arrangement made because Devin's contract went up so drastically with Hearn if he became a world champion. So there was maneuvering made. What's his name had too many titles. Would had too many mandatories to defend. He didn't need that title. He didn't need to pay the sanctioning fee. And he said, "Here, no problem." And it was a deal made between multiple parties that Loma agreed to. It wasn't Loma's idea. It was a gentleman in New York City's idea. Okay.
So what do y'all take from that? He's pretty much saying on the underbelly of boxing, an agreement was made. Lomachenko wasn't trying to pay the sanction fees. He was like thinking smart, like, you know what? I'm not gonna really be attached to something that has a monetary stipend to it right now, because that's not where I'm trying to go right now. There's no need for me to hang on to the belt. And whoever the cat was in New York, right? Mr. Unknown, he played a very important role in something that's people are not even attaching him to boxing. Like, that's how deep this cat probably is. Agreement was made. So Devin Haney his pay and everything else as a champion will increase. Him holding the belt, the numbers would do much better. So somehow, some way, behind the scenes, a conversation was had so that Devin can get that belt. So in the process of Devin getting that belt, Lomachenko moved the fuck up with the franchise. From my understanding, it seems like a side deal was made under the table negotiations to place a fighter into a position like Haney, who can start making more money, and for Lomachenko decision to come off the belt, allow Devin Haney to pick it up, and Lomachenko continue to go do what he want to do. I tell people all the time that Haney was never on the dotted line. It was never no ink saying that he was going to be that mandatory for Lomachenko. So I do understand what he's talking about, where, the shit wasn't Lomachenko's situation. Listen, Lomachenko has a team, people. Boxing is always moving and sliming and sliding all over the place. You don't know who's going to benefit from the deal and who's going to suffer from one. It's too much of it in boxing.
Okay, and when Bill was on the show, when I said the guy from New York City twice, he knew that I knew the real deal. So it wasn't that wasn't the fact.
Right, okay. Yeah, Kevin, Echinacea too. That's right.
You heard what he said? All right, right, okay. Because you can't really refute something like that. You can't refute something like that, man. So hopefully that shuts all the lids. They continue to talk about the same thing forever and the fucking day. The topic is old, man. We got new shit to deal with. We trying to get, Devin Haney the fight with Kambosos. We ain't talking about Lomachenko getting elevated off the franchise title, man. There's been new shit on that, new information. There's new layers on top of that. Mauricio calling the belt Pride Belt. There's new information on that. Who would Kambosos choose? Let's stick to that.
Let's write it down. Yeah, Echinacea too. You also said that Bob let Floyd go. Floyd left because Bob was ripping him out. There were fights.
That's not true. That's not true.
Floyd said himself that there were fights where
I don't care what Floyd said. That's not true. Floyd was very happy with Bob until Al Heyman blew in his ear. Okay, Bob accepted $750,000 buyout. Okay, that's all that happened. There was nobody was ripping anybody off. Don't use those words, but it's not a fact. The fact was Al Heyman blew in his ear. I can do better for you. There was no thought that he was getting ripped off, and that came from Roger Mayweather, who was his trainer at that point in time, who was my dear friend. Okay, so I know what the facts are.
So are you trying to say that PBC don't build fighters? You're saying that Top Rank build fighters that PBC doesn't? That's not true.
Top Rank has built 64 world champions since 2004.
Just do the math. Since 2004, 66 world champions. And can somebody tell me who owns PBC? Can somebody put that in the chat? And I promise, I'm about to start getting to the live chat. Appreciate all y'all who have dropped comments. Matter of fact, let me get to it now. It was a theme in the chat last night to see who was going to call in and check Rick. Deacon didn't do too bad. Wait till 817 calls in. Yeah, I mean, I mean, that was the worst call of all. 817 call is the worst call of all. It made no sense. I'm not going off hippity doo dah, disrespect and this, that, and the other. And when we trying to have callers call in to pull information from someone like Rick Glaser, who's been controversial, who's been on record, people call him racist. I just want to think about that. I want to hear that response. I want to hear the dialogue. That's all. Anthony Jones on deck, bro. What's going on with Amanda Nunez on American Top Team? If you got time to bless the subject, I definitely can't right now. I'm sick of Loma. Nobody know Loma across America like that. Be honest, the average white American don't do Canelo. Be for real. Fred knows what gifts and boxing personalities to use. He a great producer. Terrence, what's good with your Terrence Bailey? He said WTS. Here's the thing about him. He is extremely vocal about his beliefs that Bob is a racist. Will turn around and take the whip from Bob and do his dirt. Okay, if you say so, Andrew, man, you disagree with that. Because when you treat your own people and go around from platform to platform just talking nonsense on your own people, who cares about what you're trying to protest against another race? You're treating people your own race. You're known as a damn a provocator yourself. So what does that say about that? Look, that goes out the window with me. Now, if he would have said some good sound, solid shit, cool. But don't just go over here and you throw jabs at somebody and then you run off into the shadows, man. No, that shit wasn't cool. It wasn't mature either. That wasn't grown man shit right there. Unscripted virtuoso, man. Salute to you. Appreciate you pulling up again. That's facts. We have to do a better job of articulating our points. And that's all I'm saying. Everybody wants to have a say in the situation, but not everyone has a solid understanding of the situation at hand. You know what I'm saying? That's all about what we do in life humanistically. We talk about certain things, and if we're having a dialogue, it depends on how mature that person is willing to listen. Some people like having monologues, and they continue to talk. You're never going to get what you want from both sides because people are unwilling to listen. Listen. It's tough. He said it was counterproductive. I agree, man. I'm very familiar with dude from chats. He's a certified hypocrite. Yeah, as long as we understand that, man. The reason why I said I don't know the motherfucker, but we only had a situation one other time where he's talking about what his mom and parents and all that told him. And I'm like, what does that have to do with anything when you're going around here starting shit with people and grown men? You know what I'm saying? Come on, what does that have to say about how you was disciplined? You was a troublemaker, bro. You still have some kid in you. Period. And then to see him he was on the LDBC chat, nothing with the LDBC, but he was in there capitalizing my name and talking about shit that don't make any sense. He was trying to say the host is on replay. He was trying to say the host was talking about me at the time. And I'm like, I haven't even had no situation with the host. Why would they be talking about me? And then I seen them on another chat talking about I'm the type of person that go down to the police station and snitch. Like, I'm way older than these cats on here. And for them to always compare black people to snitching, black people to wearing dresses, black people to demasculation, talking about dick and black men. The same people. See, hear bitch ass nigga 15, 20, 30, 40 times. The same shit over and over again. So obviously he has an issue, man. Insecurities. There's no way that I respect the fact that he was able to fire off, but yet he ran like a little hoe. Was he the show? I was just in there watching. But just in case, you in the area, you can click the link and we can have a situation and we can clean all this up. Because I got my receipts. We can clean all this up. You know who you are. Come over in my block. Thomas, salute, man. He said, salute WCS. got here late. I saw most of the Glaser conversation last week and a bit of it a couple of days ago. What's your thoughts on that, Thomas? What's your thoughts? Opening LD on deck, man. What's good? Peace, God. D-Ray Promotions. Salute to D-Ray Promotions. Bruce Goes Boxing and Jazz and more. Salute to you. W says, who is this unknown NYC? The world may never know. Exactly. But listen, it's a lot of people that's behind the scenes on these big promotions that you don't even want to say their names. Like, I have some individuals in my phone that it's not even under their real name that I've spoken to, that there's actually the shot callers, the shakers and movers behind the scenes. They make a lot of shit move. That's how I found my information. You know, that's how I found, know a lot of shit that's with the PBC. If you break it out there, then people don't believe you. But it's a lot of people that's behind the scenes as OGs, triple OGs, really, that's been with this shit for years, and they'll break it down to you. It's all about how you present yourself. These individuals out here cussing and screaming and yelling, these people ain't gonna talk to you like that if they get that vibe from you. It don't have shit to do with street, because these cats are very smart. They street orientated, but they very smart. They very informed. And that's how you have to approach him. So, I don't know his name, to be honest. Showtime say, yeah, sound like a deal was done on the underground scene. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what he was implying. And if you look at that, the first interview where Rick Glaser came on there, it was no response. But yeah, we keep on hearing the same recycled information that he was up, for mandatory. And then Rick Glaser said, no, that's not true. A deal was made, and it was a lot of money that was involved. Capitalism, right? Money, a lot of money involved. So the belt was exchanged, and Lomachenko was elevated to the franchise. So somebody don't know something about something. Money Brown TV, salute to you. What's good with you, my brother? Appreciate you pulling up. I thought Glaser had some valid points, but I felt like he was swerving from some of the questions and not giving definitive answers. Also, you can tell he has a great relationship with Bob. So absolutely, he defends him a lot. I totally agree with that. And that's what I'm trying to tell the people. He's locked in with Bob. Like, he has a connection with Bob. He sees Bob. The public has seen Bob Arum. But my people, Money Brown, I got a question for you, Money. Who owns PBC? This is strictly for Money Brown. I know he knows. If you're still in the building, who owns PBC? Okay, I'm gonna move on. People see Bob Arum and hear him speak. There's no cloning going on. That's Bob Arum. Been in the game since the test of time, right? So people can be very understanding of what was just said about Thomas saying that Bob Arum was one of the, close associates with Rick Glaser. I believe that wholeheartedly. Real talk, I believe it. But why are so many black people attached to Al Heyman? I'm just curious to know, what is that relationship like? A person that you never seen. We have so many black people that talk about boxing that's attached to Al Heyman. They would defend that man to the high heavens, but you know absolutely nothing about it. All you do is link him up with Floyd Mayweather. When a lot of people discredit Floyd Mayweather and mad of what he's been able to accomplish in his life. But why the connect, the remote connection to Al Heyman? I hear, PBC is black owned. So you saying, so basically what you're saying is Al Heyman owns PBC. That's why you're attached to him. Al Heyman owns PBC. So Al Heyman has how many female boxers at PBC? But yet we have an idiot addressing Rick Glaser on comments that he said. But yet the promotion that is supposed to have the man himself, the man of the hour, Al Heyman. How many female fighters are in that promotion? How many fights do we see with black fighters fighting one another? Isn't it on record that he said he don't really, allow a matchup black fighters to face one another? I'm not talking about in-house fights. In-house fights, you can get it. I'm talking about like the names. What does he do so well? I mean, people haven't heard him speak on a regularity. I mean, how are we attaching black on, black on? So what does the hedge fund have to do with PBC? What does the hedge fund have to do with it? I'm just curious. What's good, Money Brown? Appreciate you pulling up, man.
Man, you know I'm coming to pull up on you, bro. I ain't just go, sit in no damn chat and talk to you. You got to do you the honors. You a big dog. Shit.
Now you the one, man. I appreciate you stopping by to chop it up because I know you're gonna have your point of view strictly, So I wanted to know, like, with PBC and everything, what is your take on when people say it's black owned all the time? Is it black owned or not?
No, because Al Heyman run it, right? That's for sure. Al Heyman, he started the PBC, but Al Heyman still got to fuck with the white people to run PBC. You feel me?
Hold on for a second. People who in the audience, listen carefully, because I hear these people say it's black on, black on, black on.
Mm-hmm.
You need to pay attention. Go ahead, Money.
And yeah, so for you to get the networks deal, for you to get all that shit, you got to go talk, because Fox ain't black owned. You feel me? And once you want to do the important networks, right, you gotta join in, and that's where the money come from for you to put on, for you to get the money. So he's the company for us, PBC itself, right? He's the LLC to where it's his shit, to where he's the face, and he want to reap the benefits from it. But at the end of the day, no, you need people to run that show. You know what I'm saying? You need people to run that show. So, you go tap in with this person and with that person, with this Jewish person and with that person, with the connection.
Hold up again, Money. I don't mean to cut you off. I was just waiting for you to say it. Jewish person. The hedge fund and everything is ran by Jews.
Yeah,
period. Yeah. So let's cancel everything else out. The hedge fund is ran by Jews, man.
Facts.
It's a lot of moving parts when it comes to PBC, but y'all latch on to Al Heyman like he's doing tremendous amount of stuff for dang black fighters and black people in general. Like, bro, all this boxing shit has its pros and cons. Go ahead, man. I didn't mean to cut you off, bro.
Yeah, I mean, all you gotta do is listen. Yeah, like the people, they just see that shit and they, Al Heyman, which I respect Al Heyman to the fullest, right? To the utmost, right? That's why people need to go watch The Black Godfather on Netflix and get to learning who taught Al Heyman the game and see who he learned from. You know what I mean? So it's all like people don't do their research, bro. Don't do their research. But for us, PBC is gonna run. But if you ain't got the funds and you ain't got the networks, then you ain't doing shit when you talking about the boxing game. Nothing. You feel me?
So it'd be smart for somebody like me and you to source some type of financial support, whether it be sponsorship, loans, or whatever, from whoever has it. Right?
Exactly.
If the black banks don't have it, we got to go where?
You got to go to the white man.
We got to go to the white man. So therefore, we have to get the money. We have to get the funding to operate.
And you're gonna need it anyway. Like, there's nowhere in hell you jumping in no bid. Like, people could say that shit. Oh well, you're not jumping into this boxing game. Period. In general, I don't give a damn who you is, and think you're not gonna fuck with a different color face. You know what I mean? Your ass gonna be doing small events somewhere, but you ain't finna be no big time networking. You ain't finna be on no ESPN, no Fox, no Showtime. You ain't finna be touching none of that type of shit. The Zone, like, all you gotta look at is the platforms. You need, even though Bob Earn, he said it out his mouth, it's just a platform, but you gonna need the platforms, right? You don't have no network stations. And what happened when the black motherfucker do try to get a big time network station? What they do to their ass? You see me? So, man, they gotta know the game, bro. People just talk and do this and do that, but they don't really be paying attention to what the fuck going on behind the scenes. And with the regulation situation, Scott, I ain't even listened to the man yet. Like I ain't listened to not one. I listened to a couple of clips Keon tell me about. I listened to that, but I really ain't really listened to Rick Glacier like that for me to have a real opinion on a man like that. So I don't know if he people be like, oh, he lying, he doing this. Only thing Rick Glacier can do is tell you, his way of living and what he see through his eyes and what he's going through, right? So people might look at it and be like, oh, he's lying. But shit, how can you say he's lying when he's telling you shit through his eyes? But when I look at him, Scott, just me being real, looking at him, like I sometimes I feel like he just telling the truth, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I be looking at that man and I be looking like shit. He's over here. What's the point of him lying? Like he's sitting on this motherfucking show and he's talking, right? And I'm looking at his face like, nah, like people might not like him for what he's saying, but he's telling you the truth through his eyes, right? And I'm not saying everything he's saying is the truth. Like he probably not deciphering things here because he don't want to tell it all and shit. So I can't really pinpoint shit. But I seen him on a few shows and just looking at him, just looking at his character, the way he talk, I don't see him flip flopping on what he's saying. Like I don't see him going back on this. Like I can't catch him up and shit. So maybe just telling you the truth of what he knows. You know what I mean? Maybe he in on a certain amount or some shit that he don't know about to where he can only speak his truth. So, I can't really pinpoint it, but I'm gonna start checking him out because I be saying that it really be a big deal on what he be saying and shit.
Man, that's a damn good point on through the visual of how somebody's acting, what they're speaking on, whatever. To kind of
Hmm.
put some solidarity to their words. And I always had that. I don't know if I got it from the South and what pops taught me, being that racism was going on so thick down here in the South back then. But I always basically want to read a person and give them 100% that they fair right off the rip. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And then it's up to them to work themselves down from 100 to 0.
Hmm.
So with me and what I've seen in life as a black person, yeah, I'm gonna have my sense of thinking about what I've experienced. You know what I'm saying? And this day and time, it's hard for people to relate to racism because um they always try to play it off like they don't see it. But yet we live in a society where it's kind of closed down a lot more now. People are antisocial because they're on their phones and social media. We're not communicating in public like we used to when I was growing up. You know what I'm saying? So things are different. So I totally get what you're saying about Rick Glaser. That's what he's seeing through his visual
Right.
lens. And
Right.
racists can see shit through their visual lens, and it can be absolutely biased. It
Hmm.
can. It could be absolutely what they have experienced and what they're used to, and that's all about the whoever's the conspirer. It's all
Hmm.
about how they think in life, man. I totally agree with that summation that it's all about what he's seeing through his lens. Now, is this some people that talk shit and say some controversial things? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I don't deny the fact that he's been on here speaking on some controversial subjects and topics. But on this live where I was going off of a barbershop conversation, I looked at it like if you're going to present him with a situation that you disagree with, have some names and also stick around for his response.
There
That's
you
all I'm
go.
saying.
No,
That's all you got to do.
because that's called being fair, Scott. You know what I'm saying? It's called being fair. Like you can't bring me up here and ask me something, right? Like, okay, so money ground. So what about this and that? You know what I'm saying? And what about this and that? And then as soon as I get to talk, no, 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 no. But wait a minute, we're gonna bring somebody up here. We're gonna let him ask you like, hold on, you gotta give a man a chance to, speak their truth. And if you don't believe what they saying, then you don't believe what they saying. But if you don't have actual proof that he's lying, then you can't really say that he's lying. You know what I mean? So it's all speculation coming from you as well. So if he's sitting up here, he's telling you, okay, well, this is what I seen, but he's coming back and he's saying the same shit, and he's going on another platform, he's saying the same shit. Somewhere down the line, you got to open up your eyes and be like, damn, man, is that what's going on? Like, is that what he's saying? Like, so it's like, when I look at shit, man, I look at shit different. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that I like the man regulation and shit like that. Um, you know, but I can't say
I'm
that
not saying that either.
I dislike him. I can't say that I dislike because I really don't know him to really have an opinion on like Keith told me how he be dissing Earl Spence and shit like that, but I really haven't paid attention to what he's saying about Earl Spence, and I really haven't like you got to look at when somebody say something, how they say it as well. You know what I'm saying? How they decipher that shit, because sometimes you can tell, okay, that's hate, it's this, or is it you can see from experience or some shit like that. So I can't say that I dislike the man. I can't say that I like the man. But like I say, I'm really go look at him and pay attention to him and listen to what he got to say. Yeah, Dundas called the Black Godfather, man. Clarence, his wife had got killed. The old woman had got killed. But when you look at his story, you'll learn a whole lot of shit where he schooled from, and you'll see. But yeah, so it's like I don't know, Scott. I don't know, but I know when you bring somebody like a Rick Glacier to the platform like Fred got, right, and we know it's gonna be majority black motherfuckers over there and things of that nature. So when he come on there, people already got their minds made up. You feel me? So if he step on the scene, people already got their minds made up on who you are and what they think about you from what they read or what they heard you say in another interview or a title with things of that nature. So already off the rip, they looking at you as this lion ass, snake ass, white man. You know what I'm saying? Like their minds made up on you.
Yeah, they
So
got preconceived notions.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
you're
they
right.
can't even sit back and take the feelings out of the shit to really say, okay, who was Rick Glacier? How was Rick Glacier brought up? How was Rick Glacier? Like you got to really know a person and to get a real feel for a person and to really have an opinion on them. You know what I mean? So you can listen to a person talking this, that, and the third, and say, "Oh well, fuck them, this, that, and the third." But you got to really know a person because you might turn around and not be saying this shit sometimes, Scott. You might turn around, that motherfucker might been through more shit than you've been through, or the motherfucker might been like, this is, I don't want to say it like this because then motherfuckers, we tell you, but the man might be more blacker than some motherfuckers out here who be talking shit. You feel what I'm saying? Like, man, that man have been through this struggle, that struggle, that struggle. That ass ain't been through nothing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you got to really learn a motherfucker and really get to their background and origin to see who they is for you to really have an opinion on them. Like, you might not disagree with some of the shit they say and things of that nature, but I can't really judge a motherfucker until I really get a real feel and a background check on a motherfucker to see how he was brought up and things like that.
And I think that's a mature way to look at it. That money, real talk, because
Mm-hmm.
I do the same thing. Like I have to. I was told early on, like if you back away from topics that you're not interested in or that may offend you, you're only gonna restrict your bar from learning. You're only
Mm-hmm.
gonna respect the depth for which you're gonna learn. Because you have to learn from the negative side too. How you
Mm-hmm.
gonna educate yourself on what's right and what's negative? You don't never listen to the negative motherfuckers that's in life. You gotta listen to
Exactly.
what they say sometime. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes down to this, I totally agree with what you're saying. Is like just give him an opportunity to kick himself with his own foot. What did he say? Well, how was he
Exactly.
acting? Okay. And then the man is married to a black woman. So in my history money, I will put it like this. Most of the time, I'm just saying, assuming, most of the time when you have a black woman that's with a white guy, this is what I'm looking at, money. A
Uh-huh.
brother, I don't know how she look. I don't know who she is, but I'm just saying, could her brother look like Mr. Glaser and still get? Would a sister allow us to look like him? I don't see. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know how she looks. She might be a goddamn bad one. I don't know.
Right,
Second
right.
of all, it just seems like a lot of these black women, they have had relationships with black men and it didn't work out. So now they dating a guy like Rick Glaser. All right. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not saying he's a bad guy, but I'm just saying he's married to a sister and they're calling him a straight up racist.
Mm-hmm.
So I also look at the black woman being comfortable enough with him and understanding that's who she's want to be with, and he doesn't present any serious concerns for her as being a straight up racist. To treat her like she's just a black bitch off the street. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She had love for the man. She married the man for forever and a day. So I'm curious to know when she's gonna step on the show, and if the callers are gonna be able to call in the same energy and ask her the questions that they did with Rick Glaser, because you know how disrespectful that's gonna get from certain
Hell
people.
yeah. Hell yeah.
They're gonna say,
I
"Why?
look at it.
Why you with a white man? Why you with this? Why you with that?"
Mm-hmm. But that's why I say, Scott, bro. That's a strong word. I say it every time, bro. To call a man a racist You got to have strong evidence. That's how I look at it, right? So when I
Got
look
to.
at him, like I say, I really haven't paid attention to him to the fact to where I know enough about him where I can say, hey man, this motherfucker is a racist. You feel me? I'm saying Freeway Rick Ross fuck with him, say he's a cool motherfucker, right? So, and
Yeah.
I'm looking at other
Yeah.
people
True. Right.
saying he's a cool motherfucker to say somebody is a racist, to say racist, to say, you know what I'm saying, where he look at a black motherfucker and just can't, he can't stand him. He want to hang him and kill his motherfucker. I can't really put him in that category, bro. You know what I'm saying? To where I could say he's just a racist because I don't know too much about him to put that jacket. That's a strong jacket to put on a man. You feel me?
Yeah.
So I can't just say he's a racist. Now, people might look at the way he talk about PBC, you know what I mean? Knowing that's a for Al Heyman being the head of the company. So, and like I say, still on that part, I can't. I got to go back and look at the origin of him and see this shit because I don't want to just call a man a racist, but then the man that you calling a racist might be the man turn around and save your fucking life. You feel me? Like, cause we don't know. We don't know. We can only go off of what we see and what we heard. But to say somebody a racist, you can't. I can't really put him in that category. You know what I mean? A lot of people might not like the way he talk and shit like that, but I don't think that's enough to put a jacket on a man and say he's a racist man. But then when you said about the woman, man, I don't know what drew that woman to him. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what he did. Like you say, we don't know what type of black woman she is. We don't know if she talk like us or she talk like, you know what I mean, a proper
We don't
white.
know any of that.
Yeah, we don't know what type of
We
black.
don't know her educational background.
Yeah, sometimes people be mixed and they be like, okay, well, she got black like Jordan, like Caleb Plant woman, right? What's her name? Jordan, right? But
Yeah.
you can look at Jordan and say, okay, Jordan, she black, but she mixed. She got something else in her. You feel me? So is this woman like that? Is she mixed with something else in her? Like, you feel me? So I can't really. That's why I don't even like to even get off into that today personal life shit to that point. But I feel you on that what you're saying. So it just comes down to, man.
Hey, check this out, man. Let me ask you this before you digress.
Well, let me tell you. Would you be willing to have a one-on-one with Rick Glaser, Scott, to sit down and try to figure out the man, like the man who he
Oh,
is?
absolutely, absolutely.
Me
I'll
too.
just get straight to the point.
Me too.
Straight to the point. I
Yeah.
get straight to the point. Ask him all the hard questions that's going on here. It ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. I have to ask him about his Twitter. I have to
Mhm.
ask him everything you just mentioned about. You know what? They say you're a racist, but you got a black wife. Why you think that comparison doesn't match up? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah. Like you gotta get, and he the type of dude that'll answer the questions, bro. Like Rick Glaser look like
Yeah.
somebody to me that been through some shit. I'm gonna keep him. That's what I want to say. Like he looked like somebody to me, bro, that been through some shit. You feel me? So his demeanor when he's sitting up there, and you can tell he probably connected to a few of this from back in the days and shit like that. You can just say, I don't know if he was a silver spoon ass white boy. You know what I mean? I can't really say like, oh well, Rick Glacier is this silver spoon ass white boy because of the way that he talk. You feel me? Been like he been through some street shit now. Is it possible that he could have said nigga once or twice? Hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? So it's sometimes it's just the nature, right? Shit, we say, man, I don't want to get the fucking stream demonetized and shit like that. But we say shit our damn self around here, or we disrespect the other side, or we say this or we say that. So it's the nature of what the fuck we are. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. I'm just the type of nigga that's just, I don't first shit first of all. But when it comes to certain situations like racism and where we at now and things of that nature, I live and let live. If it ain't really on the topic of what people try to make it out to be, because sometimes people can make shit harsher than what it really is to fit the narrative that they push, and the shit don't even be what they saying it is, because motherfuckers haven't really set back to really get some real understanding. So, but I will love to sit down with that man and have a one-on-one, just to get some shit out in the air. You know what I mean? Because if he's so much of a racist as people say, then why sit and talk to a racist every fucking day? You know what I mean? Why sit
I
and bring a
think
racist
I
up?
think I agree. I think he handled it way better than Mauricio, because when Reggie Owens called him a racist or whatever, how he delivered it, Mauricio got upset. You know what I'm saying? Mauricio was very agitated and he went back. But Rick Glaser, I felt that the two interviews he sat in the hot seat. Now look at all the debates we've been on money. and you probably more than me, but when you come down to it, you think we gonna sit there and let some of these people fire off like that and not respond while they talking? No.
Nope.
So he let the person get it out. I mean, come on, man. What more? I grew up around racist individuals, and they very, short tempered in a lot of situations, especially of allowing a black person to believe they in charge. For real.
Yeah.
That's just my experience.
Yeah. But when I look at the Reggie Owens situation with Mauricio, now I did see that. You know, I think Reggie Owens tried to come out being a little too aggressive, in my opinion, Scott. You feel me? I feel
But
like he
that's
tried.
most of the people that's in the shoot
Yeah, yeah,
on the
but I'm saying, but when you
controversials
come
over
out
there.
and you try to touch on something like the topic that Reggie Orange touched on, I feel like that was disrespectful for you to offer him this. And we talking about a kid, you feel me? So I wasn't really mad at Mauricio defending himself on that point because like Reggie Orange, he tried to take that and switch it into something, bro. Like you
Yeah, I
can't.
mean, he was immature. He didn't know what it was religion wise.
Yeah, yeah, like you can't try to force something on the man, or you hear something like, oh, you know what, that disrespectful. Because even Mauricio Sudamar, he stood there, he took it, but when you come out and you just blankly say it, like he got to think about it. Like that man, he's a public figure, Mauricio Sudamar. He really is, right? He owns something. So like I say, when you come strong and people watching that shit. So when you coming strong like that, I'm not mad at Mauricio for shooting strong back because, bro, I have shit that I'm what's the word I want to say? Um, well, let's just say WBC attached to this is attached to that is attached to this. He can be doing a business. Let's just say he can be having a deal going on with a black owned company or some shit, right? Not just saying in general, but when Reggie
Yeah.
Owens come out and say that shit, oh, you're a racist because you offer him this and that, and then Mauricio Sudamar started breaking it down to his ass like, no, I'm not a racist. You're a racist because you bringing this shit up, but this and that. But like you say, he have relationships with the men that you're trying to say that he's racist against. And this man doing shit for their family. So, like, you make yourself look like a fool to be real with you because now you saying he racist toward Muhammad Ali and this stuff for doing this. But then, motherfucker, later Ali and Ali family come and sit down with Mauricio Sudamar. Now, when they sit down with him and they take up for him, now they cooning now, right? Only because they backing the man on some shit you said that was never true. You feel me? So it just be like shit that be out there, man, that I be looking at. Just me, Scott. When I look at
Yeah.
shit, sometimes I think niggas be reaching a little too hard sometimes. You know what I'm saying? I think they
Yeah,
try to
you ain't,
create shit.
man, you ain't never lied,
Yeah,
dog. We look, black people be reaching sometime, bro, for real. And then especially on this YTC shit, you get
yeah,
certain
bro.
individuals that strictly want to talk, and they can't come at me like this about the pro black situation. It's okay to support your people, no doubt about it. But what about the treatment of your own people? You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? If your own people cannot carry on a decent conversation, well, it's healthy. And it's always bitch ass nigga this, bitch ass nigga that. What are you saying for yourselves? We get the garbage can, but yet when you speak to somebody else, it's no threats involved, but you're gonna threaten
Right,
your own people. I
right.
mean, which one is it, bro? That shit doesn't make sense to me. Like, it's always gonna be a tough conversation to have because, like you said, you deal with analytics. Let me assess what I'm looking at. Let me
Exactly.
see what I'm feeling, what I'm listening to, and everything else, and then I'm gonna give you my thought on it. Not
Right.
just following everybody else. Oh shit. Okay, don't support that fighter. All right, don't support that fighter. Um, hate that fighter. Okay, hate that fighter. I just never been the pack rider like that, bro. I
There you
can't
go,
do it.
Scott.
I
There you,
gotta think for myself.
and that's what it's all about, Scott. Everybody being a goddamn sheep and not thinking for themselves, bro. Period. Because they have no knowledge of what's going on, just like the motherfucker who they listening to really have no knowledge of what's going on, right? So that's why I just sit back, I look at shit, bro, I just judge it. But to put certain jackets on people with no understanding, bro, it's like reading a book with no understanding. You feel me? You just see the cover of something, but you haven't read the fucking book. And when you do read the book, you still don't have no understanding on what the fuck you're reading. But then you're trying to explain that book to somebody else. So really, you just making up your own interpretation of what the fuck you see. You know what I mean? So that's why I look at shit, man, and I can't just ride with certain narrative, but just attach myself to something that's gonna be. I know for a fact, like, okay, man, if you ain't got real understanding, I ain't gonna come out looking like an asshole on the other end. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
that's just how I look at the shit, bro. So from our standpoint, you got to, you have to know something of something that got some substance to it before you start speaking on it, and not just jump out. Because motherfuckers sit like right now, we can have people sitting in the chat. Now, man, we could have been up in this motherfucker just going ham on somebody or turn the motherfucker apart, and probably 50% of the chat just go with us because it's Monty Brown and Scotty. Well, Monty Brown and Scotty said this, and they said, you know what I'm saying? But do Monty Brown and Scotty have real knowledge of what the fuck they saying to be putting your ass out there for you to say what you say, you know? And a lot of motherfuckers who say this shit, like I said, okay, well, y'all so pro this and so pro that. Okay, well, show me a kid that you helped out, right? Show me somebody in the neighborhood that you say every day, I'm trying to make this kid life better, or that even if it's just one. You know what I mean? So when they come and trying to preach that shit so strong and so powerful, like they are we for this, okay, well show me some people that you helped out. Where your backpack giveaway at? Where your shoe giveaway at? Right? Just something you doing for the community to make it better for you to come and try to talk to another man and shit on that man and call him this, that, and the third, right? Because you black, right? So you feel like you got the right to say what you're saying. But what are you doing to help out your own community and things of this nature? So when you get to that real serious part right there, then you see motherfuckers start backing out. You know what I'm saying? Then you see motherfuckers start calling you this, that, and the third. So at the end of the day, bro, I'm not gonna let nobody, you know, paint pictures of people to me without having real understanding of somebody. You know, words, yeah. Like I say, you can go look at somebody, look at the way they talk and things of that nature, and try to figure them out. But you still gotta, you know, get to the real origin of a person to see why they say what the fuck they say.
Totally agree with that, man. Making solid points, and I just have to stick to what I know, man. You have to assess people. You have to be listeners.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? If you don't, if just say using Money Bounds analogy, you read a book and you don't understand. Well, goddamn it, you need to read it again.
Facts.
You know?
Listen, like for instance, Scotty, hell of an interview yesterday with Jaleel Hackett, bro. Man, that kid is so smart. But when you asked him, and I love
Oh,
the way you
Jahad
asked
Tucker.
Jahad
Jahad
Tucker.
Tucker.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Damn, why the fuck I say Jaleel Hackett? Jahad Tucker. I'm sorry, Jahad, bro. My bad, bro. Um, you saw when you was and you asked him the question about Bob Irvin. So how he talked about it, like, you know, I
Yeah.
haven't experienced it myself, right? But you know, shouts out to Bud if he felt like this, that, and third. The way he, you know, gave his answer, bro, was the perfect answer to give, right? He didn't
Yeah.
shit on Bob Irvin. He didn't go too far, right? He didn't stand up for Turnbull Crawford and go too far. He was just right down the middle, bro. And I'm like, man, that's what's up, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. That's the answer that you give right there. So
Yeah,
I'm
he
like,
gave a mature response
yeah,
to, you know, and kept that shit all the way professional there, Money.
exactly.
Professional. I
And you
know
say
we
you
ain't
only
gonna be professional.
19?
Yeah, only 19 years old. He just turned 19. He kept it professional. What I
Mm-hmm.
don't want to hear is my people sitting up here talking about, you know, he sugarcoated it. Not every black person have to come off a great aggressive when it deals with
Yeah,
somebody else's problem. If
exactly.
someone else's problem with Bob Arum is systemic racism, guess what? Allow them to get that settled, man.
Uh-huh.
Don't sit up here and call a mass motherfucking riot and try to get every black person to say, "Oh man, that's fucked up." You know, Jihad didn't say it good. No, he gave you the professional response with etiquette.
Mm-hmm.
Etiquette is fucking important when you're having a conversation. Or else a
Facts.
person gonna cut your ass off.
Facts. Facts. And
That's
that
all I'm
part,
saying. I want
yeah.
to ask your take on the Bill Haney situation. You know, you say you haven't watched it, but it was spoken on and brought up by this brother about Lomachenko being, you know, Devin Haney being Lomachenko's mandatory, and Rick Glaser said, hold up, that's not true. He was basically revisiting when him and Bill was on Barbershop platform, and he said you need to talk to the guy in New York. So pretty much what Rick was saying is that a deal was made to the point where Lomachenko was going to come off the belt, not paying sanction fees, and allow Devin Haney to become champion because it increased his pay. You know, with Matchroom, he started making much more money, and then Lomachenko become the franchise champion. So he said, "Yeah, I even said it to Bill when he was on here, and he said Bill clammed up. I didn't see Bill clam up, but that's like the third time he mentioned this guy in New York and possibly." um you know what I'm saying, under the table negotiation took place for Devin Haney to get that WBC belt the way he did, and for Lomachenko to be elevated to franchise. What's your thoughts on that?
Now I did see when him and Bill was going back and forth in one interview.
Yeah.
My bro Keon sent it to me when they was going back and forth about the situation, and I did see him when he said, "Okay, so if you're going over to Australia, you might want to take that guy from New York with you." You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So
Yep.
that's what I'm saying about Rick Glaser. He's seeing things through his lens, and he's seeing things that they don't see. But they'll deteriorate, they'll turn them away because they feel like, okay, well, we don't see it, so the shit must not be true. But when he's saying that, right? So basically, this is when Lomachenko and Ted Fimo was getting ready to fight for the unification bout, right? Scott.
Yeah.
This around that time, right?
No. It was after the Luke Campbell fight when they fought for the vacant WBC.
Okay, so so what he's saying is Devin Haney was the mandatory. But
after he won the belt, he beat Luke Campbell.
Right. So Devin Haney was supposed to be next for Lomachenko, is what he was saying.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, I always knew that Devin Haney wasn't gonna get the Lomachenko fight, right? I always knew that. Bob Arum was going to make Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez, right? Because it made more sense.
Yeah.
It made way more sense. It was an in-house fight. You had you had Teofimo right there who was buzzing, who was putting himself out there already talking that shit. And he already said he was going to fight Lomachenko a while back. So, for us, the business end, with Devin being the mandatory, I heard Mauricio Sulaimán say some shit about they petitioned for the one guy, right, when they could have stayed in position for Lomachenko, right? And that shit, it got real tricky with me with the WBC and Devin Haney and Lomachenko situation. It got real tricky. But one thing I knew Devin wasn't fit to fight Lomachenko before Teofimo Lopez fought Lomachenko, right? But
yeah,
on that business end, I can't really touch on that too much, Scott, because I got to go listen to it, and I don't really got too much knowledge of it. So when him and what Bill was asking him, why did Lomachenko not fight him? Or because what I was looking at, I ain't catch it from the beginning.
Bill. Bill kind of put it out there like, why didn't Lomachenko want to fight Devin? And moving forward, full speed, Rick Glaser was talking about as if it was a side deal made with someone that's in New York who I have no idea who. Yeah. I can't even put it in the proximity of that person having some type of dealings with saying, okay, Lomachenko's going to vacate this belt so Devin can start getting paid more money. And Lomachenko's, he's going to be elevated to the franchise belt. And of course, Devin Haney will not be his mandatory if that happens.
So he's saying they agreed to that. So Rick Glaser saying y'all agreed to it, so y'all knew what was going on.
Yeah, pretty much. He said, Bill, you should call that guy in New York.
So did Bill ever answer that question? Because I ain't seen him when he asked that question. So did Bill ever answer it?
No, Bill didn't answer when he said you should go get that guy in New York to go with you over in Australia. You should talk to that guy in New York. And he made it perfectly clear. He said, I told him that when he was on the show, and pretty much he clammed up. Like I said before, I didn't see Bill clam up. Bill was just talking in general about certain things Rick Glaser said. And, he came in as Bill do. He gave his energy.
Yeah.
But also Rick Glaser stuck straight to the point. And he's like, nope. It was a guy in New York. I can't mention his name. There's a guy in New York. And they spoke about how Devin Haney, money will increase once he was champion. So it was a deal or something made that Lomachenko was going to be elevated to franchise and Devin's going to become WBC world champion.
Yeah. Now, I did see, that's how I said, I heard him talk about the guy from New York part because I had jumped to his shit, but now I'm going to go back and watch him when Bill first come in. But, man, with that business shit on that end, it can always be tricky, and everybody not go tell everything, Scott. You feel me? So
yeah,
and I'm gonna go check out Bill's reaction, and I'm gonna see what Bill say and what he do. Do he jump over that part, or do he stick to the script and try to get around that subject that he asked about? Because everybody not gonna tell every specific detail when it come down to what I'm saying, the situation.
Correct.
You know, they
Correct.
don't want to put their ass out there for something, but they just know, well, we could have been a mandatory this, that, third. But when I look at the whole situation when Devin first came out, right, and he was attached to Lomachenko and shit like that, Bob Earn was already putting Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez in place. That shit was gonna happen regardless.
Yeah.
There's no way Bob was bringing no Devin in to fight Loma or no Tio, knowing he got this big time fight sitting right here with Teofimo going to win the IBF title, and Lomachenko has two titles, and it's a big in-house fight with Bob Earn.
In-house fight.
Yeah, there's no way
Exactly.
he's gonna turn that fight down to make no fucking Devin Haney. You know what I mean? He's not even doing business with them at the moment. So, man, that fight was already in play and it was going to happen. And it was the right move, in my opinion. That was the right move. That was the right move. You know what I mean? Just like PBC gonna do the right move with Earl Spence and Sean Porter when Sean was the WBC champion. You're going to make in-house fights happen first, bro. And they knew that shit. They knew Bob wanted to deteriorate from Lomachenko and fucking Teofimo Lopez. You know what I mean? On ESPN with the network they working with, right? So yeah, I knew that fight wasn't taking place. I knew it. Now, what I was saying was, when that franchise shit first happened, you know, if they put it in position for the person who's got to step out the way, he get to fight them next. Like, there's no way of getting around it. If you get somebody the franchise title, I got you right. If you get somebody the franchise title, then they have to fight the winner next. But you know that shit didn't work like that. So, and
That just
for
have to be in writing.
yeah,
Yeah.
they just have to be in
You
right.
know,
So,
if he has no mandatory obligation, it has to be in writing that yeah, Devin Haney is gonna be next.
mhm,
And it hasn't been anything that's on record. No one can present documentation that's how it's supposed to be.
yeah, but I knew no Devin Haney. I knew that fight was happening. Like Bob Earn wasn't fit to give up on his money
I
for
mean, I
to
just
do no
want the
freaking.
YTC to stop being in denial about that. That's just like old news. And every
Mhm,
time a debate come up and deals with, you know, it pretty much has fizzled a little bit since Tio's lost the belt. Now, you
mhm,
know, the community doesn't have much to talk about when it comes to Devin Haney and Cambosis because Cambosis, he's just making it known that he's gonna, you know, do what hell he want to do.
do what he
Like
want.
it's like it's nothing for people to put their finger on when it comes to Tio's dad with Cambosis. Two
Mhm,
different teams, two different types of personality. And then it's just like Teofimo defeating Lomachenko. Well, guess what? Cambosis on the high right now from defeating Tio, but I don't see the push for Devin Haney to fight Cambosis across the spectrum like it was for him to fight Teofimo. I
mhm.
don't see this shit, dog. It,
I,
it- it's very low monotone type shit buzzing on this shit for Devin Haney to
Fight.
face George Cambosis, man.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said, man, when I seen Lomachenko go out there and defeat Richard Cormier the way he defeated Richard Cormier, bro, and I sat up there and I saw that Scott, and I'm on record, so I don't give a fuck what nobody say. I said, bro, Lomachenko is in the front. Lomachenko is in the front to get that shot with um to get that shot with that boy Cambosis. Lomachenko is in the front, and people kept talking about the money. Like, bro, I'm trying to know Bob Earn is going to open up his fucking bank account for Lomachenko. Like, y'all
Mhm.
sit up here and say, well, you know, he favors, you know, Lomachenko over Bud Crawford. This, that. Okay, so that just lets you know that he's going to make it happen for Lomachenko, bro. He is, and he got a better relationship with fucking uh, Ballhead man. You know what I'm saying? Who the promoter of George Camposa.
Mhm.
So he got a
Lula
better
Bella.
relationship with
Yeah.
Luther Bella. He got a better relationship, right? So off the back, I said, man, I'm telling y'all right now, Lomachenko is in the front of getting that fight, and he is, right? He is. So people ask me what you think. Like, I'm on record. What fight gonna be next? If I had to pick, yes, I feel like Devin deserved the fight. Don't get me wrong. I want Devin to get the fight, but it's gonna be Lomachenko and George Kambosa. And if it have to go to Australia or if it's over here, you know what I mean? So that's just how I look at that shit.
I was up here pushing, man. I thought, you know, Cambosis do the right thing, but I always felt he was Cambozo the clown
Mhm.
because he was feeding us everything that he didn't want easy touches. He wanted to fight the best. He wanted to clear up the confusion. And time the man won the fucking title, what happened? All those titles got to him and shit. He became intoxicated off his own ego. And he said, oh, I just gotta wait for this fight to take place. And then I have to wait and see Lomachenko. And now we damn near about the end of January, and we still don't know who he selected. Is it going to be Devin Haney or Vasil Lomachenko? Let us know what's popping there, Kambosos. So we can really give you the respect. If you go ahead and defeat Devin Haney, Lomachenko, we want to give you the respect. We won't sit up here and say, man, here, bozo, period. How he won the fight. But I think Lomachenko or Devin Haney defeats Kambosos. That's just my opinion.
I do too. I think that's how I look at it. Like, is he fit to sell the belt to the highest bidder around that motherfucker? That's what it looks
Exactly.
like it's fit to be, right? That's how I feel like any of them do so. And I think, to me, I think Bob Byrne gonna make the best deal. And I think he gonna make that shit happen with Bob Byrne because when they making them deals, bro, you gotta look at it. They be having shit put in play for other other fighters they be having and all type of shit. So I just look at the situation. I know Bob Byrne got the better relationship with Lou DiBella. I know they probably looking at it as they said. Bob Arum said, "Don't nobody know Devin Haney down in Australia, but everybody know Lomachenko." So he gonna make his push for that shit. You know what I mean? Maybe Lou DiBella owe him a favor on the back end or some shit, or you just never know what they got going on in that world of boxing behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? So to
Mm-hmm.
me, like I say, I wish Devin get the fight. I want him to get the fight. I think he deserve it. But if you ask Monty Brown what fight you think will be next, I think it's gonna be Lomachenko and George Kambosos.
So let's just say, for instance, Devin Haney doesn't get the fight. Do you suggest he stay at 135 or just say, fuck it, get off that WBC and go to 140?
I think you say fuck it, go to 140, bro. If you can't get these dudes to fight you, right? It's a lot of smoke at 140 that'll be very interested in the fight you. So if you've been saying that fucking 135 this long, bro, and you be getting fucked over because be getting fucked over for us, you can't get your mandatories to fight you, you can't get the big fights and things of this nature, but you still making like Rick Glaser said though, right? And you still making good money, right? What you did try to, say some shit to Bill, like, okay, if you're doing this, which I didn't respect that, and Bill corrected him on, but if you want to keep making $2.5 to $3 million fighting the subpar fights that you're getting, if that's the fights that you can make happen, or if you want to a big time fight, do what Roy Jones said, shit, go hunting. You know what I'm saying? Go hunting because at 140, you got Regis Prograis up in that bitch. You got, you probably don't get the Josh Taylor fight because he got shit stacked up. But you got fighters up there that's willing to fight. You got Gary Antoine Russell Jr. Damn, they say Gary Russell missed weight, got to come back and make it or something. So it's like, but it's smoke up there though, Scott. You get what I'm saying? That to say, okay,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
we'll take that fight with you, right? Or do you got confidence in yourself at the 140 right now that you can go up there and do what you're doing at 135? You see what I'm saying? So it's gonna come down to a lot of shit. You know, Scott, it freeze up.
That's my bag. I had to go pick something up.
Okay,
But
yeah.
hey, looking on the screen, I know we kind of got off topic, but this has been up there. This is Unscripted Virtuoso. He said his ignorance and saying that his wife told him to tell us that he eats black eyed peas and cornbread at least 3 times a week was a red flag for me. It's definitely made me wonder about his wife. What do you expect when you have black people, just joking about stereotypes that's placed upon us anyway?
Yeah, but
I mean, what do you take that as far as when it comes to Rick Glaser,
shit.
his wife
Maybe the man
talking about
is
black eyed peas and cornbread?
but that's what I'm saying though. Is she feeding his ass black eyed peas and cornbread 3 times a week? That might can be true in their household. That's what we don't know. So when we say Rick, like Rick, so you made a comment about the black eyed peas and cornbread. So yes, my wife actually cooked me black eyed peas and cornbread. I love the meal, right? I eat it. She feeds it to me. So I don't know, man. Certain shit, certain shit like it's stereotype, right? It's stereotype. What we say stereotype because we know black people eat black eyed peas and cornbread. So I
Yeah,
don't know, bro. Like that's some shit.
I didn't
That's some
put
shit
too
that,
much emphasis into it. I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
yeah,
I didn't
that's like a
care, man.
motherfucker with a Mexican woman, right? And she say, motherfucker, man, you ain't no goddamn Mexican. Then my woman be like, well, tell him that you eat motherfucking quesadillas and red beans and rice 3 times a week every day, because that's what I'm cooking. You feel me? So I don't know, like that shit. Yeah, I ain't gonna read too much into that shit. I ain't gonna read too much into that. Just me. But they gonna call us some coon ass niggas for saying that. Oh, well, you coon ass nigga, y'all. So I really don't give a fuck about that, Scott. But
I'm gonna try.
maybe he's just making a point to try to make a. Maybe he's trying to make a point to show them that he's not racist. And that's what I say when you put a racist jacket on somebody, right? So some people take certain shit, especially when you're up there in age. How old is Rick Glacier?
I don't know, to be
So
honest.
so
I
it's
don't
like
know.
when you up there with age, like some certain shit, you be like, man, I done heard this shit so many times before, this, that, and the third. Like, once you hear shit so much, you become not comfortable with your answer. But it's like, okay, man, I done heard it 1,000 times. You got something else to say? Like, you motherfuckers grilling me on it. Just imagine what my side of the family, who probably is got something in them, what they saying about the situation. So people go through shit, bro. People go through shit, but I can't put the jacket on the man and say racist.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I say he said some controversial things, but when it comes down to him stepping on Fred's platform, a black platform, right? That's uncensored. He's staying buckled in to the chair for all the heat that's coming his way. You can't just sit up here and try to run him off. The shit didn't work. He's answering your questions.
Uh-huh.
Man, motherfucker truly racist. I mean, authenticated, certified. Motherfucker gonna say some shit to piss you off. And they ain't gonna stay around and say, man, I ain't got time to be listening to this black motherfucker. Fuck him.
Facts.
We once in saying it's racism, but yet,
53 red.
is it nice racism? Because this dude is standing here, he's came up here twice. 3+ hours the first time, and then he was on there, I think, a couple for the second one. I don't know. That's my take, man. That's what it is with me.
That's what I say too, Scott. For him to come back, bro, and like a racist ain't gonna keep coming back. You feel me?
Hell no.
A
Because
racist
his
ain't gonna
racist friends gonna tell him, man, why you over there explaining this shit to them? Fuck them.
exactly. Because in our reality, he
Fuck
don't gotta
them,
explain
dog.
shit. Yeah, like in our reality, he don't have to explain shit, but he's willing to do it. So I get a man some type of credit for that. You feel me? I get a man some type of credit for that.
Don Dollar says Haney wins. Does he stay at 135 to fight best in the division or vacate upon moving up? Yeah, we talked about that earlier. In my opinion, it would be better for him to move up because they have relabeled Devin Haney, at 135 in the worst way. You know what I'm saying? The pride belt, just devaluing him as a fighter. It's not going to be a fresh start because he's still associated with the same people. The sanctioned body is going to be at every division, so it don't fucking matter. When I say a fresh start, I'm talking about the franchise position, vice what position his belt is at the bottom of the food chain at lightweight. Go up there to a division who's still on the 4 belt, no franchise. You know what I'm saying? Go get that work up there.
Uh-huh. And Herc, yeah, because you sit around, bro, and even people can say, well, Devin Haney making this much money, he's making that much money, but shit, motherfuckers they not signed up to fight him. I'm saying they're not lining up to fight him, so it got to be something there that's not really um, appealing to people. People be like, oh well, they don't want to get their ass whooped by Devin, and they don't want to do this and they don't want to do that. Hey man, it got to be something there that's not appealing for them to want to fight Devin Haney. You know what I mean? So it's fucked up. It is fucked up. I will say that. But at the end of the
It's
day,
real
man,
fucked up.
yeah, if you can't get the fight, then you gotta go hunt for that bitch. Like you say, Scott, go on up to 140, man. There's some smoke up there. Or do y'all believe in yourself to go to, and not saying y'all don't. You know what I'm saying? So I don't need her, Bill, money, man. I heard you saying that we don't believe in ourselves, and I just need to ask you, what makes you think that we don't believe in ourselves? Why should we drop our title, and go somewhere where we're not a champion no more? But wait a minute, Monica. I just want to, because you was talking to Scotty, and you said we should drop the title, but it's like shit. If you can't get the fights at 135, but like Rick Glacier said too, shit, if you're making good money down there and it's piling up, right? Shit, then congratulations to you. But Well, what I ask is this: by being the WBC champion, do you feel like they benefited Scott, even though they didn't get the big fights? Do you feel like they still benefited at 135 pounds for Devin
If it's
Haney?
if it's true with his pay increase, with Hearn, his pay increase, he was able to receive more money. It benefited him to get paid. But as far as him building up and climbing the ladder at the lightweight division as a champion, hell no, not the way Teofimo was able to do it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just him fighting Linares and Jojo Diaz ain't it. But it was better than Gamboa. But I'm just saying, in response to your question, I don't think he was able to maximize, not due to him unwilling to. I don't think he was able to maximize his worth as a WBC world champion at lightweight up to this point. I don't believe so. Outside of his monetary purchase.
Right, right. So when I look at the situation, man, it's only so long you can stay at 135 anyway, bro. And I know they want to try to get a big time fight, and I do want them to get even if you can just get one fight, like the George Kambosos fight is right there, man. It's undisputed. That's the fight you can take, and then you can move on. But shit, it don't look like it's go to me, right? George Campbell is saying this, he's saying that. I'm seeing Devin write things. Okay, I'm willing to come to Australia. I'm willing to take the shot. I'm willing to do this. So it sounds like
Yeah.
he's willing to do everything he got to do to get the fight, but they still not coming back to you. So that should be telling you something, bro. You know what I'm saying? That should be telling you something.
Well, Eddie Hearns keep putting out there that the deal is close to being done. You trust what Eddie Hearns say, right? Money.
Yeah, no, shit.
You
Shit.
you trust what Eddie Hearns say. Eddie say the deal is close to being done, and the fight gonna be. He say the Middle East or whatever. He has put out there that Devin is willing to go to Australia, but when the word comes out, it doesn't seem like Eddie Hearn is trying to take that fight to Australia. They want it on neutral grounds
Even
or whatever.
Bill came out and said, so why should we go over? We made the most money over here, and
Yeah.
this is over here. So are they really looking to go to Australia? Like, it's just certain shit that Devin said this and then Bill said this. So is that something that's holding y'all back from going to Australia? Like, because at the end of the day, right? Um, the man is the unified champion, so he's holding the
Yeah.
cards, right?
Yeah.
So if is Devin Haney really serious about going over to Australia? Shit, that's what it's gonna come down to. And I think that's probably what it probably come down to with my man's. He probably feel like shit. I want somebody to come to Australia. Now we know with Bob Arum, he been to Australia. He took Manny Pacquiao to Australia for fucking Jeff Horn, so we know he'll take Lomachenko to Australia for fucking George Kambosos. So that's what it's gonna really come down to. Do you really want to go to Australia for this fight? Do you really feel like you want to? In my opinion.
I agree, man. Let me get some of these comments. Pittsburgh T on deck again. He said fighters need to grab their nuts and stop being so loyal to these promoters and managers, and stop doing interviews with these racist bias reporters. Hey, sometimes they don't know where the reporter is at, and sometimes they do. But I know from my experience, if you have certain individuals that stop through on this YouTube shit, and people might see them show up on your platform. I know for a fact you got individuals that may have their own connections. If they don't like you, they'll try to shut that shit down, even though you up here just doing what you want for boxing media. You're basically focused on boxing media and nothing else. They'll tell them people don't show up to your platform. Tell them some bullshit.
Well, that's like Pittsburgh T say stop doing interviews with racist biased reporters, right? But I don't think the racist biased reporters hit them up saying, "Hey, can I come on your platform to do an interview?" You know what I'm saying? People know controversy sells, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you think people don't have that in their mind already when they go in to ask that reporter to come on their shit? You think they don't know what's going to happen? You think they don't know that they fucking that chat is going to attack the man, or they gonna come with this, that, and the third? and everybody go pile over because, oh man, it's so and so. He said this. Let's go over here and let's go attack him with his this, that, and the third. But when that man hold his ground on y'all motherfucking ass and he don't budge, you know what I'm saying? Now it's this that, right? So no, I gotta show a man respect who come and sit down, and as people want to say, look the enemy in the eye and go face to face with their ass. You feel me? So that's how I look at it, bro. Like I respect the man for being a man at the end of the day. You feel me? Now people gonna say, "Oh, a racist man," and this, like I said, you have really to say somebody racist, to really say somebody is racist, bro. You have to have proof. You have to have 120% proof that man is racist. And if you don't know the man background, the origin, the way it coming up, then you can't call a man racist, man. That's just how I look at it. Who am I?
In some cases, a cut and dry money, what we know is just strict racism, is straight up blatant racism. And then certain, you have individuals that's all they go around life. They trying to find a situation that relates to that word.
Yeah,
That's
bro.
all. Pittsburgh, you said you guys are wrong. Of the racist people are confident in their stance. That means nothing. That we keep talking.
But
The
who are
reason
you
why
to?
I agree with
My bad. Go
check
ahead.
this out. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
No, but who are you to say that we are wrong, though, bro? Like you saying we are wrong. Like who are you, Pittsburgh T, to say that we're wrong, right? Like you going off of what you going to a fucking chat room and you're going off a few conversations of a man, right? I wonder how old is you, Pittsburgh T? I wonder if that man got years over you, bro. You understand what I'm saying? Like you're going off a few fucking conversations that you having with somebody, right? Or um words that's taken. I ain't gonna say words that taken that context, but maybe a few articles that you heard, right? You have to really sit down, bro, with somebody and get to understand who a person is to say if they are racist or not. You feel me? Say if they racist. The word racist, bro, that's a strong fucking word to put on a man. You feel me? That's a strong word to put on a man, bro. Now, if the man turn out and you see him at a fucking bar and he's chilling with black motherfuckers and he got a black wife, you understand what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say that the man is racist, bro. I'm just gonna come out. I'm gonna keep it real, right? I don't see a racist motherfucker. Yeah, if they want a black girl, they want her, they go do what they want to do to her, this, that, and third, they go kick her ass on. But they children gonna be 100% what they want their children to be, right? So I don't know, man. I just look at things different. But you can't come up here and say that we're wrong because we got our own outlook on something and it's different from yours. But if you don't have 120%, information on somebody, where you can go back to his upbringing, his childhood, his what high school he went to, what middle school he went to, what did he want to be, this, that, and the third, or did you got incidents with him doing this, or people saying that he did this, then don't come to me saying that somebody is racist, bro. Because I ain't finna take your advice on it until I get clear understanding of that man.
Clear understanding is very important, Pittsburgh T. And especially when you're talking to older individuals, it's all about our catalog of experiences that Pittsburgh T. Like I look at it like when you say plenty of people, how many individuals are populous in this global populace, man? So I don't know where you from. Just like Money said, I don't know the particulars about why you feel the way you do. But when you say you guys are wrong, plenty of racist people are confident in their stance, that don't mean we're wrong. That's just based off the small window of experience that you have been through in your life. That's all. And you just talking about it. So racist people can have a stance on anything. That don't mean we're wrong in what we are expressing. You know what I'm saying? That makes no sense, man. I totally disagree with you on that. Because that's how much depth of what you've been able to experience in life. You going off what your eyes have witnessed.
Mm-hmm.
But if I've been living longer than you, in certain cases, look, I'm talking about I've seen racism all over the world. The shit exists in different countries. I've seen it. I've seen the people do it. Some of y'all just been right here in your city for a long time, and you don't educate yourselves enough to know what's going on in another country or what's going on outside the perimeter where you stay at. So you're just gonna sit on here and you're gonna say, well, certain people, there's plenty of people are confident in their stance. You totally missed the point in racists being confident in their stance and being defiant. You got it confused. Like a lot of racist people, they truly don't like being in the presence of a black person, and they feel that you're gonna overtalk them, and they're not gonna be able to have a sensible dialogue. They will say "fuck you" and leave.
Mm-hmm.
They're not gonna let themselves be humiliated by, first of all, a shaded color human being that they despise for behind closed doors and outside the house. They don't give a fuck about that. A
Right.
real, true, bona fide racist will say "fuck it." I'm gonna be disrespectful. Oh, there you go again. Act like you're kind. Act like you're kind. That's it. Show the world who you are. Typical. That's why I don't like you people. They'll do some shit like that, dog.
Mm-hmm.
Pittsburgh said, unsaid he did multiple interviews, so he can't be racist. That's your words. Bro, you don't mistakenly get identified as a racist. Look at his history of statements. What do you have to say about that?
Statements, bro. Right? Okay. You said said he did multiple interviews. You said so, bro. You don't mistakenly get identified. So he's identified as a racist by who? You know what I'm saying? By who put the racist jacket on him, man? Right? Pittsburgh T. Who put the racist jacket on him?
You
I
can click
want
the
to know
link
that.
that Pittsburgh to. You can click the link if you
Yeah,
want
you
to.
click on that link because you say you say, bro, you don't mistakenly get identified as a racist. So who put the jacket? Who came out and said, hey, that motherfucker is a racist, bro. That motherfucker, Rick Glacier is a racist motherfucker. Who put that jacket on him to say that he's a racist motherfucker for you, right? To say, you know what, you're right. You know what I mean? And when you say multiple interviews, what interviews and what did he say for you at your own mind? I want you for your understanding. What did he say in the interview for you to say, you know what? I agree. He is a racist, bro, because you got to have knowledge of it. You, Pittsburgh T, you got to have some knowledge of it for you to have to say he's a racist. What is your understanding of Rick Glacier? The minute where you want to listen to something that said that motherfucker is a racist, because it can't be the Black Eyed Peas comment. Please don't tell me it's the Black Eyed Peas comment.
That can't be it. It has to be more in depth than that.
Yeah, I want to know what for you. I don't want this person said or this. I want your understanding when you want to listen to something, and that was the exact moment that you said Rick Glacier is a racist motherfucker, bro.
And y'all can click the link.
Yeah, you ain't got to do
Don't
all that
hesitate to
writing.
click the link, and
Yeah,
y'all can talk it out. You know what I'm saying? It's certain some of
uh,
y'all that be
I'm
on
up.
the fake ass accounts on here, and you really don't want to let your voice be heard because you know what it is. You out here faking, pump faking. Click the link, man. You got an issue with what he said because you're only speaking for a sprinkle of individuals that you ran into. And like me and Money, we don't know where you from and what you experienced in life, but you just discounting everything we said, talking about you guys are wrong. You can't sit up here and say that shit. It's our opinion on what we
All right,
went through.
right, Scott, come up here and enlighten us. Then maybe you can help us out. Maybe you got the right moments that when you said this, that, and the third, that he's there because other than that, you just sitting in a chat with everybody else and you going off of what, somebody probably said that hit a nerve with you, or you going off of what they saying and you want to go along, get along. Shit. You feel me?
Let me hold up. Let me get back over here to Fred. Whenever you want to jump off, let me know, man. I'm gonna get back to Champion Heart on his last question to Rick Glazer.
You tell me how many the other organizations have built. Peanuts compared to that. 64 fighters they built.
He talking about
I'm
top
sorry,
rank.
66 fighters.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 66.
Crickets.
They have the two best matchmakers in the business by far. Do you know for a fact that TVC does not employ a matchmaker? Case closed. Thank you.
They're not a what?
They don't employ a matchmaker. Top Rank has two of them. They don't employ a matchmaker. There's no matchmaker on their staff. Okay? How do you build fighters with no matchmaker? It's almost impossible. Your fighters got to be awful damn good to survive not having a matchmaker.
Crickets. See, that's what I'm talking about. You know, I mean, the dude has knowledge, but knowledge. I know in this particular case, we're talking about racism, but I think his response to the questions, some of these people are getting shut down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I appreciate Champion Heart giving them damn solid questions, and Rick Glaser was able to answer all those questions all the way cut and dry, straight to the point, man. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Let's see if if he even responded to it.
Hello?
Still nothing. He said hello.
Yeah, no, so
He said hello.
Uh-huh.
Your thing was froze. I'm sorry.
I said I'm not aware of that, but I will look into
I
it.
am.
I'm not gonna just take your word for it. I'll definitely look into it.
Okay. Don't take my word for it. That's all right.
Yeah.
You don't have to believe anything I said. Okay.
Pause it, Scott. Pause it, Scott. One time.
Okay.
So
You
would you
see,
say he has?
Yeah.
that's what I can respect. What he say? Don't take my word on it. You don't have to take my word on it. And that's what I mean by when somebody know they have proper knowledge. And I'm not saying that what he's saying is right or y'all got to believe what he's saying, but that terminology right there, no, don't take my word on it. Research it, and when you research it, you'll find out that it's true. You feel me? So you can see that I'm not talking bullshit on this subject, right? Now, when you say things about the max match and things of that nature, right? We know PBC came in. They don't have the regular structure of somebody like a top rank, right? They don't have. They're not a promoter, so certain things over in the PBC area is not going to be according to how you know what I'm saying, like how certain people build fights. That's why people look at Top Rank and they be like, God damn, Top Rank put on some good ass fights, bro. They put on some
Hmm.
good ass fights and they know how to match you up. For us with PBC, I think PBC is for if you build. You get what I'm saying, Scott? Like if you already build.
Hmm.
And that's why when he said you got to be a hell of a good fighter to do this if you don't have a matchmaker. And PBC got some hell of a good fighters for build up fighters already that you can go out there, you can give a show on doing. But when it comes to the up and coming fighters, right? We got a lot of fucked up stories coming out, and that's just the truth of the matter. But go ahead, Scott. I ain't gonna cut it.
Hey, that's a solid assessment for real because PBC they're not signing cats straight out the Olympics. They going over the top rank.
Mm-hmm.
Black, Hispanic, white, they going over the top rank. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Even Batman came out and said, "Oh, yeah, the first check we go take it because Bob go build my son up. But when we build up, we gone. So everybody
correct.
know that Bob Erm is going to get you to that level where he can build you up as a star. So that's why I say if you go shit on the person for when they do something wrong, you still gotta give them credit for when they do something right. But people don't know how to do that, Scott. But
Yeah,
I'm
that's the
just
whole point. The back half of that, you know, give them credit when they do something right. Hell no, that society is hard. That's thick. That
uh-huh.
fog is thick.
That fog is big.
PBC's got some excellent fighters. They survived having no matchmakers there. That they were just putting guys in, and they looked for soft guys. They weren't building fighters up with keep improving them with better opposition. They just kept putting them in with the same type of dummy names and faces. They have good fighters. There's no question. PBC's got good fighters. There's not a question. They all have good fighters. Oscar's got good fighters. They all got good fighters. That's why they're in business.
How do you feel about Jay Prince?
Great guy. Like him. Does a great job for his fighters. Represents his fighters well. No problem with Jay Prince at all.
But he racist.
Do you think he's great for boxing, or what do you think?
No, he's not great for boxing because he's a manager. He's not a promoter. The people that are great for boxing are people that are putting the biggest fights on, bringing the money into the business. Okay, those are and the fighters themselves. Those are the people great for boxing. Just because you get a lot of money for your fighter and you do the best job for your fighter doesn't mean you're great for boxing. It's two different issues. Is he good for boxing? Yeah, he's not bad. Absolutely.
And money. You know, Jay Prince is over there with Top Rank, right?
With Top Rank, yeah. And let me elaborate on that too, Scott, because people like when he said because you get a lot of money for your fighters, don't mean you're great for boxing. Now it's fights that go on where people get a lot of money, right? And well, let's just take Tank for instance, right? So if you ask is Jay Prince great for boxing, You got to ask, is Floyd great for boxing, right? Because you're saying if you get a lot of money. So people saying Tank get a lot of money, but Tank not giving us what? The fight that so-called people say Tank not giving us the fights that we want to see, right? So when we look at the situation, all I say is people got to be on the same fucking level on everything. They got to be on the same level, but they not gonna be on the same level. They go pick and choose on what they want to do. So I can respect this shit. This actually is a good interview. But go ahead, Scott. I'm enjoying it.
I'm trying to tell you, money. It was very informative to me. I mean, a lot of people act like they mad, but they're not trying to just be open minded to listen to the entire interview with the good and the bad to
Because
give
they
you a
got their
proper
mind set up.
assessment.
Yeah, because they
Yeah,
mind
they
already
come
made up,
in.
Scott.
They come in already fueled up, fiery, powered up, as Mystical said. They upset, and it's nothing that Rick Glaser is going to be able to say for them not to say some disrespectful shit, dog.
Uh-huh.
That's the
Even when the
only way I
man
can
do,
put it.
even when the man do give credit, he gets no credit. Like that's the shit I hate with people, bro. Even if a man give credit, they still won't get a man no credit for the shit that he supposed to get credit for. They just looking for the negative. Okay, so there you go, y'all. Attack that. All right, fuck all that. Fuck all that. We don't want to hear that shit. Okay, there you go again, y'all. Attack that. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, he made some solid points to Champion Heart.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't hear Champion Heart saying, like, okay, you taught me something. Appreciate the education. I did not know that. I wasn't aware of that.
Uh-huh.
It's just quiet. I just think we do ourselves a disservice, but not responding to something that we actually learned right then and there. What's wrong with that?
Yep.
Because when people say they don't learn from you, money, I mean, I'm pretty sure you're gonna say, "Oh, appreciate that. Thanks. Appreciate it."
Man, hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. I mean, vice versa. Like if somebody teach me something, bro, I'm telling them right off the back, oh man, I ain't had no knowledge of that. Right on, bro. Like I don't give a fuck if it's the smallest of the smallest to the biggest of the biggest. You feel me? You can learn something from everybody. They say you can learn from a damn fool. So so what you think you gonna do with somebody that do got knowledge that been in the game for as long as he been in the game? And that's why I be trying to tell people. Yes, you might not like the way somebody else do business. You might not like the way that they was brought up to see the business of it. But if you haven't been in the game as long as somebody else, you're not going to have more knowledge than that person, whether you like them or not, bro. But it's up to you to get understanding to see why things work the way it do over on that side. Even if you don't like that side, he's telling you how things work over on that side, so you can have some type of knowledge that people let go over their head, right? It'll go over their head, but you'll have a better understanding of how things is working over there. Even if, like I say, you don't have to agree with the shit, but you can say, okay, well, you know why they doing that? Because this, that, and the third. I learned that from Rick Glacier. But people not gonna say no shit like that because they don't want to put the man name out their mouth or get a man credit for something, that he's doing over there. So I don't know, man. But they'll go learn all the real shit from a racist mother. Somebody that's really is racist, right? Learn their
Yeah.
whole formula. Learn their whole formula, and they'll get credit to that person and wear they clothes and wear they shoes. But man, come on, man. Crazy. It's crazy. World backwards as fuck, Scott.
Yeah.
How about Tom Brown? Would you consider him?
He's an excellent boxing guy. He's a great guy. I have nothing but respect for Tom.
No, I'm saying he's a matchmaker. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know, but he's not. He's more the he's the legal matchmaker for the shows, but there's no in-house development of the fighters coming from a matchmaker for PBC for Al Heyman directly. You could say Tom Brown, but he's more or less the organizer of an event than he is a matchmaker these days.
How about the guy from Warriors Boxing? He does a lot of matchmaking. A guy with the white hair. I'm drawing a blank on his name right now.
Leon Margolis?
Yeah, he does matchmaking.
He's not a matchmaker. He's a promoter.
See,
He done some match. I thought
teaching
he
you.
does some matchmaking for PBC as well. FO, CEO, chairman, Bob Arum, pictures.
They got more.
Video.
They got more corporate officers than the other companies in boxing have total employees. So there you go.
I'm willing to bet that. Now, I've been there. It's immaculate. Bob Arum runs a Fortune 500 company of boxing. No doubt about it. Got the ring up the street and all that. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
and the same thing you said about Top Rank is the same thing that should be said about Floyd Mayweather. You understand what I'm saying?
Like what?
Oh man, look at he got the CFO, the CEO. He could be running everything outside within that. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't understand what you're saying because you're not telling them shit. No.
I think that possibility exists, but let me ask you a question. How successful a company can be when Leonard Ellerby's running it?
No, that's the point. See, the point I'm making is
Did he just, man? He said, "How successful can a company be if Leonard Ellerby is running it?" Damn.
Yeah, he said how successful is the company because now that Leonard is running it, right? What's going on with because that's what's really going on. Floyd tripping all over the world. Leonard, the CEO, I'll let Leonard answer that. Leonard can only talk shit for Javante Davis. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he got a few fighters over there, but nobody's really doing that. Shouts out to my dog Kevin Newman. You know I fucks with him heavy, but it's a lot of like we don't hear nothing else about nobody from Mayweather Promotions but Javante Tank Davis, and that's why Floyd trying his best to bring Terrence Crawford over there because that'll be he need to roll a red carpet out for Terrence Will Crawford to be real with you. Not do whatever the
But they
fuck.
already have Errol Spence though.
I don't got no Earl Spence. He ain't got shit. All they got is Tank, bro.
Oh, you talking about Mayweather?
Nah, Mayweather.
I thought that
Mayweather.
was a dead issue though.
Huh?
I thought that was a dead issue. I
Yeah,
thought that
that
was a dead issue.
for us what? Oh, Bud and
Him
Mayweather.
possibly going to Mayweather. Yeah.
That's why I say he need to do whatever he need to do to get Bud over there, bro. Like, boy, I be man. Bud is the
Because I
hottest
knew he
name
ain't
out
going
there.
for PBC. He ain't going with Al Heyman. But
Yeah,
when that situation, when that conversation came up about Mayweather, I was like, that shit got dead real quick.
but this is the thing though. I know Floyd fuck with Al, and I know what they said about Al and things of that nature. But
Yeah.
Floyd still won't Terrence Crawford. Like Mayweather promotion is Mayweather promotion. You know what I'm saying? So I don't care what nobody said. That motherfucker won't Terrence Crawford. He want him, bro. He know what he can do with Bud. Even right now at this stage, even with the fights on PBC. That's why I say Floyd can still make them fights happen. The only thing it's gonna come down to is the situation with Bomac. That's what it's gonna come down to. But for as Floyd Mayweather and Terrence Crawford, man, Floyd Mayweather won't give a fuck what Al Heyman talking about. Floyd Mayweather go see dollar signs, and he'll drop a lot of them niggas to get Bud Crawford over there with Javante Tank Davis to keep TMT afloat. Tell him
Who he has outside of Javante though? He don't have
nobody,
Badu Jack no more. He don't have
nobody,
Ishe.
nope.
Do he
Those are
still
the
have
top.
Rolly?
Yeah, he got Rolly, he got Kevin Newman, um, he got the one kid Malik Warren, he got um,
So he
um,
has Malik Warren now. Okay.
yeah, he got Richard Hitchison. Um, a few.
So he don't have no real stars,
He don't have no
Javante.
stars.
So Crawford, yeah, but
And I'm gonna keep it real. He don't even got nobody over there that's looking like you can even build into it. And this is no disrespect to nobody over there because they not doing no promoting for us to see him. But it don't look like he got nobody over there that we can say they can even be built into a star that really got some buzz behind him. Only thing he got is Tank at this moment, bro. That's
yeah,
it.
I agree with that. He does just have Tank,
And
but
that's
I
why they
thought that was just like a flat issue right now. That shit was just laying out, and they wasn't doing shit with it.
yeah.
You know,
One nigga gonna try to
I'm,
go out do his best to try to get Bud, but that it ain't gonna happen because if you ain't finna come to Bud defense on this situation that he's in, then you ain't finna build no relationship with Terrence
oh
Bud.
no, hell no, you ain't gonna defend him. Hell no, you ain't. Hell no, you got that right.
Yep.
You definitely not in there to defend him, and you want to sign him.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, I hear what you're saying. Pittsburgh T said that Glaser married to his black woman. We asked on the show, was asked, does he have any talks about race in his home with that black wife? He said, no, it never comes up. We never speak about race in my home.
Can I answer this, Scott? Please, bro. Listen, it's that man's sanctuary, bro. Why the fuck am I? Look, I know, man, how y'all try to be, right? Dude, man, listen, that is some like, why should he have a conversation about racism in his home with his wife, right? Like, what conversation are they having, bro? That's why I say y'all want to paint every fucking narrative, bro. Y'all can't put every narrative on somebody, bro. If that man is happy with his wife and they living their life, bro, why are we sitting up here talking about racism inside our home where we supposed to be? I supposed to come home, relax, chill. I ain't gotta worry about no hard ass questions coming home. A lot of people don't like to bring work home. Sometimes you got to, but if this is my home, bro, right, and I'm coming home to eat. Now, if you got your children and they going through a situation, yes, you want to educate them on the situation, bro. But we don't know how did y'all ask him how long he been married to his wife?
For real.
You
How
see what I'm
long,
saying?
man?
Like y'all
How
ask him.
many kids are currently in the home right now as
I
we
mean,
speak?
yeah, bro. Like, did y'all say, Rick? What year was it when you got married to your wife? How long have they been together? Like, man, come on, bro. Come on, man. Y'all have to really stop. Y'all have to really stop this shit to where y'all really trying to grill a man on their life outside of this boxing shit. And because y'all sitting somewhere, y'all think y'all have the right to just say what the fuck y'all want to say. No, y'all don't, bro. Y'all don't have the right to just say what y'all want to say to an individual. I'm gonna say that right now, bro. Y'all don't. You don't have the right to just say what the fuck you want to say to an individual, bro. You don't. I don't know where y'all think y'all got the power to run a whole man because y'all feel like this boxing game give y'all some type of authority. No, it don't, bro. It don't. It really don't. Certain shit people don't have to talk about. I don't have to talk about my personal life with you motherfuckers. I didn't even have to tell y'all I had a black wife. I could have let y'all figure that out on y'all own. But certain shit I don't have to have a conversation about, bro. You feel me? So, man, come on, bro.
And you know what, money? I grew up off that code. There's a lot of people that I served with that didn't know shit about my family. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? I just chose to keep to myself because I totally understand the environment for which I was in, and it's just the way I chose to move in life. But I totally agree with what you're saying about, you know, it's like privilege. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
People believe they're privileged to know your
Right.
personal shit. No,
Right.
if somebody provides you the opportunity, you know what I'm saying, they just did a favor for you. You
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't be feel like you privileged to be a part of somebody's personal situation. And then you find out you want to say, well, he called Clarissa Shields nasty and disgusting. I mean, what does that have to do with racism? That's just the way he feel about her. Like, what was racist about that shit? Did he call her a black baby? Did he call her a derogatory term that offends women or black people in general? Like, somebody's personality can get them called disgusting and nasty. We got to stop just picking out one person that somebody said something to that happen to be black.
Yeah.
Like Teofimo Lopez said, Deontay Wilder. He said, "Stop acting like a bitch." So I rock with both fighters heavy. So I'm like, I've heard worse trash talking than boxing. How often do my own people call each other bitch and bitch ass nigga? So all of us supposed to jump on the same motherfucking wagon with square wheels on that bitch, find the local gravel road and find a hill that's suitable to our demise. We should all hop on the same shit and crash all together. It makes no sense to me, bro. Like, just because somebody says in response to something they don't like it or it's derogatory, you find it offensive.
Yeah. It's like it says
What's
like
really behind this shit?
yeah, like when he called her disgusting and nasty, what was the like you said, they could take it out of context to the point of he could have had an interview with her and she probably could have said, fuck you motherfucker, or I don't give a fuck. You're like, okay, Clarissa, that's just what I'm saying. But with the way they looking at it, like they saying he's looking at her as a woman and just saying, oh, she's a disgusting, nasty. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm. And
like,
for her actions to ignore the
yeah,
fact that her half brother and what he was accused of, you know what I'm saying? In that manner, people don't act like, you get offended when somebody say you're a dummy, but yet you do dumb things. As an adult, we expect one another to know certain things. And we all know that it's been criticism in our lifetime where we did something and say, you know what, that's not right, man. That's disgusting. It's no matter you eating with your mouth open, you know what I'm saying? You got a boogie in your nose, you up there. Some. He said, man, that's disgusting. For real, that's
so
nasty. You nasty.
so Pittsburgh T. Did you ask him? The thing is, you said, um, do y'all have conversations about racism? I think if y'all would have asked him, did you educate your kids on racism, or you know what I mean? Like, I'm quite sure if he got black kids, bro, right? You saying he's growing up with mixed kids. So if he got black kids, you think they never had like, and that's probably just be something he don't want to, and that's what I'm saying right there. That's probably something he don't want to discuss with y'all, bro. Right? Like, no, we don't have conversation about racism in our household. Move to, like, I don't want to discuss that with y'all, right? But if you think they never educated their kids on racism, bro, then like, come on, bro. Some shit is just you have to have understanding of, right? That's probably something like, okay, I don't want to touch on that topic. Move on to the next, right? Because now y'all trying to get too deep inside my household, right? That's a way of throwing you motherfuckers off. Like, don't worry about what the fuck we talk about in my household, right? Don't worry about that part. I gave you the notion of knowing that I got a black wife, right? So everybody got their own ways of dealing with shit, bro. Everybody got their own ways of dealing with shit. And if you think Rick Glacier, if he have mixed kids and he go sit up there and let somebody disrespect his kids and he ain't gonna come to their defense, then you got to be a fool, in my opinion.
A
You know what
fool,
I'm saying?
dog.
A fool. So like I say, man, until I have a real sit down and the conversation with Rick Glacier, for me to get an understanding of who he really is, I'm not going to put the racist jacket on the man. Now, could y'all hate him for some of the shit that he said? Can y'all not agree with some of the shit he said? Yes, I get you on that part, right? I get you. But to put jackets on somebody, you can't do that, bro. You can't do that because we say shit about white motherfuckers all day, and we know we do. But if a motherfucker come to you and say, hey, bro, you racist, he gonna say, nah, I ain't no motherfucker racist person, man. You know, so, man, come on, man. Come on, bro. We can be hypocrites at times. At a lot of fucking times. I'm gonna say that.
A lot, man. Shit. Keep it a hundo, man. A lot.
Mm-hmm.
How's the conversation always healthy if we talking about the opposite half when it comes to race, but yet when it comes to us and our own actions, that's off topic. No, 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 man. That's different though. That's different though, man. No, you have to really dive into it and just sit back and be patient enough, observe, listen what you hear, do proper assessment. Don't be impulsive. Listen to people. The
Right.
ones that are real, true racist motherfuckers, they gonna let you know, man. They energy's gonna give you what you want.
Mm-hmm.
The disrespect is gonna be what you want. All that, but Rick Glaser said some controversial shit. I wonder if you calling Timothy Bradley a motherfucking racist because he said he ain't never experienced racism at top rank.
Right.
What is Timothy Bradley? He Uncle Tom, Coon, Sambo, whatever, because he said he never experienced it. To him, he might never experienced it, dog. We never know. He might have been saying it just because of the job he has. I don't know.
Now, Pittsburgh T, now you say we defending the guy, bro. Because I say get understanding is defending the guy. That man say you bending yourself oppressive. And this is my first time hearing some shit like that. You're bending yourself oppressive defending this guy for nothing. Bro, because we telling you to get understanding first. Because you look, that's the thing that we gotta start understanding, bro. You gotta start respecting other people's way of thinking, bro. Right? You just can't, you bending yourself oppressive. What the fuck that mean? I'm bending myself oppressive, bro. So me saying certain things is gonna do what? What's gonna happen to me? Right? What? People not gonna fuck with me? Oh, you're not gonna come and listen to me? Oh, they gonna call me this, that, and the third, right? Like, come on, man, cut it out, bro. Look, I never gave two fucks about what another individual thought about me. Um, Pittsburgh T. I never have and I never will, right? Do I want people to like Monty Brown? Yes, I do, right? But I want you to like me for who I am, right? And not who somebody wants you to be, bro. You can't get pissed off because we have a different way of thinking, right? Do that make me less black? How Pittsburgh T? Do that make Scotty less black? Because we turn around and we say things different than what you heard, or we not going along with your way of thinking of what somebody else think. So that means we'll never agree on nothing just because we don't agree on this situation, or we just got a different outlook, right? So come on,
One
man.
one situation shouldn't influence you, entirely. Their T. It shouldn't influence you entirely because what you learned in life is not just from one curriculum. Well,
Mm-hmm.
you learn from different areas in your life, whether it be on the job, freaking curriculum, someone's educating you. You learned all the way through, man. You ain't just learned from one set, one stone, and that's what you focus on your entire life. No, you had different experiences that attach to your maturity and where you at right now to be able to talk about some of the things that we're discussing on YouTube, But hey, Benny yourself, that's a nice little wordplay. If a human being can do that, then goddamn it, why I'm on here talking to you? I'm about to go make some money. Goddamn it! If I can bend myself into a pretzel, I'm about to go get paid. Goddamn it! Fuck everything you heard. I'm done. You know what I'm saying? Fuck everything. I'm about to get the real money. Don Dollar said, I just think they don't like him speaking the truth about their favorites and they can't deal with it. That goes on a lot, Don Dollar. You know, that goes on a lot on here on YouTube. I know people give money here for his support of Canelo. I know what that's like because when I was supporting Tiafimo. Hey, same thing. You know what I'm saying? They was hell bent on matching up Tiafimo and Devin, and they couldn't understand why I was supporting Teofimo Lopez because he was a Latino fighter. I say,
Right,
man, you sound stupid. Y'all sound illiterate as fuck, man.
right, man. Or when they went crazy, and I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Like I say, you don't like me, fuck you. I don't care. But when T.O. said the word nigga, right? Oh my God, T.O. said the word nigga. Oh man, T.O. said nigga. Man, get the fuck out of my face with that, man. Man, get the fuck, stop it, cut it out, man.
Stop the madness. You
Out,
act
bro.
like a Latino can't say nigga.
Yeah, man.
Man, come on,
Man,
man.
stop it, bro. But Big Pun can say nigga all the time. Fat Joe can say
All
nigga
the
all the time,
time.
right?
Fat Joe, all
Right?
them
They
do.
can say nigga all the time. But when T.O. come and said who dressed like a nigga, who grew up in a nigga background, who was young and lived a nigga life better than some of you niggas who supposed to be niggas, right? But he can't say it. Because last time I checked, I seen T.O. as a young man in the video dancing on hoes and shit, looking like
Yeah.
a nigga. You feel me? Like, come on, man,
Yeah.
cut it out, bro. Cut it out, bro. Like, man, oh my God. But then I say, so why Devin didn't say shit when he called him a nigga? Why Devin didn't do shit right there at that moment? Why Devin ain't swing off? Why Bill ain't say shit? He's standing right there. You feel me? No disrespecting you, Bill, because I know you probably hearing this. But then when they come back, and Bill never said nothing on this point, so this is not to Bill or Devin extent. This is nothing towards them. But when people start, oh my God, the word T.O. said the word nigga. Oh, T.O. said, I say, man, get the fuck, man, quit playing with me, man. I did a whole stream on that shit, Scotty. Like, man, get out of here with that shit, bro. Like, for real, get out of here with that shit, bro. Like, come
They
on,
took
man.
the animals that they had previously with T.O., you know, because he wouldn't co-sign, he wouldn't hurry up and give Devin the fight. And then when he said that, they just tried to make it seem like he was on a whole nother level now of damn criticism. He erases. He this. You know. Hey, it's
Right,
like,
bro.
what? Nigga, prove that shit. Prove
Like,
what you're
prove it,
talking
bro.
about.
Quit trying to fit that damn narrative that you push. Pittsburgh T, I never said you called me a coon, bro. I never said that you said that I'm less black. I just asked the question. I said, well, by me, you saying Ben, I say, do that make me less black? Do that make me? I never said you said it, bro. I'm not making a lot of sense. I'm just saying for you to say what you said, right? Right? You've been in the press for defending this guy. So what that mean? I've been in the like, no, it's not defending, bro. It's just being real. I never said I agree with the man. I never said none of that shit. All I said is I don't know the man enough, right? And what I'm hearing from him and the jackets that people are trying to put on him, to me, it don't fit. You know what I'm saying? That's that jacket a little too tight on that man. It's not fitting. You understand? So come on now, man.
You also say black people can't be racist, not possible. We don't control any resources to be racist gangs. Um, Timothy Bradley. Look, don't when I generalize something, once again, y'all remember something that you heard all the time over and over again. What if I was to tell you I disagree? What if I will tell you some people, I know some black people that don't like white people for whatever reason, right off the rip. They don't care. They mad, they angry. Nothing that white person can do, they like. Would you say that's just prejudice, discrimination, or what? Because this word racism goes a long ways at the end of the day. What is it when blacks hate blacks or dislike blacks? You know what I'm saying? What is that considered when you show all this contentiousness towards your own people? I know you're just gonna say, oh, that's just normal. We're aggressive people and all that other shit. But when it comes down to what we've been talking about and what I was mentioning with Timothy Bradley, all I was saying is he didn't see it when he was at top rank. That's all I'm saying, dog. He didn't see it when he was at top rank. That's why I mentioned Timothy Bradley in reference to Terrence Crawford's situation. You know, it's a big deal what people talking about with Bob Arum being this, that, and the other. But you heard Rick Glaser say they had 66 world champions. That's an awful lot, dog. Nobody less black never call you a coon, my guy. You're making and one thing you need to understand, Pittsburgh T, is that when you are speaking to someone in the chat, I am making assumptions. I myself, I'm not speaking for Money Brown. I do make assumptions because I'm reading characters in what you're texting me, and without your voice behind it, I have to make an assumption in what you're saying because there's a lot of broken English in these live chats. And then there's some people that's able, they keep it one or two sentences. But we have to read your comment and make assumptions as to what you mean because we don't have you here physically to basically express what you want us to hear. So yeah, I'm making assumptions. You goddamn right. Shout out IB. What's good with you? Absolutely. I'm making assumptions. But Money Brown, you have any last words, my brother? I appreciate you pulling up as always. I got to step out. You know it's Friday, but I'm gonna be back on here a little bit later.
Man,
But
like I
hey,
said,
first of all, shout out to Money Brown TV, man. Y'all be sure to subscribe to Money over there. Dropping video content and boxing shit. Been in the game for quite some time. I appreciate you, my brother, pulling up to the spot.
man, always, bro. You always show me love, bro. So I'm just gonna reciprocate the love right back. Like I said, be cats that be jumping in the chat room. That if you got a little time, jump on the panel and show love. Because whenever Scotty come through y'all shit, he jumping on the panel showing love and giving great fucking content. What is because people say controversies will keep people there. We see Scotty and I read the chat. I pay attention to the chat. Scotty get a lot of shit popping. You know what I'm saying? People stick around for just the shit that they know that he's fit to say. So you know what I mean? If y'all alone, man, jump on for 5 or 10 minutes, even if you got 2 minutes to answer a question, show love, man. So his shit, I just say show you the proper respect that you show them, bro. I'm not gonna just keep talking to you in the goddamn chat room when I can click the link and get up here and do what you do for everybody else. You know what I'm saying? So it's just reciprocating the love back, man. I appreciate you for showing me real genuine love because it is real genuine, bro. And I'm just go, do my best to give it back, bro. But to everybody in the chat, y'all continue to support my brother Scotty. Come through, follow me on Monty Brown TV. We go live every day. On Instagram at Monty the Writer, we show every fight, right? No matter how big, no matter how small. So if you ain't got nowhere to show the fight, see the fights, come through and check out the fights. If you're just out and about, you need to look at a fight. Click on Instagram, Monty the Writer, bro, and we'll be live, bro. But it's all love, Scott. Whenever you need me, bro, I'll be here for you, champ.
I appreciate that, Money, man. Have a good weekend, bro. Like I said, y'all go check out Money Brown TV, man. He gave you all the social media outlets. Go check him out. He's been doing it for quite some time, man. You know what I'm saying? Setting the airways on fire. And for all of you that tuned in on the live chat, appreciate you pulling up. I'll stop through a little bit later. I can't promise you that because I'm watching the BJJ championships. So I don't follow boxing, 24/7 like that. I'm real close to BJJ. A lot of people think it's boring, not me. But they having the championship match today with some huge names. You know what I'm saying? You got
What's that, Scott?
what? BJJ, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu tournament, BJJ.
Okay.
No gi championships, man. It's just like, boxing in a sense where they have these tournaments. Boxing have boxing fight cards, and BJJ they have these tournaments, and stuff like that to qualify them to go to the worlds.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? A different type of routine, a format that they have in BJJ. Okay. And these are average people that you will see on the street. I recommend to people, if you have a kid that you want them to build their confidence, put them in BJJ because the shit that a normal kid can do outside of the weight room when they get in on your body, the joint manipulation, learn how to control the body of another. It's amazing, man. So yeah, I would say wrestling, BJJ, look out for that. But yeah, I'm gonna definitely try to jump back in but I'll be paying attention to this tournament. I'm not sure if I'm gonna go live for this tournament because a lot of people don't know about it. But yeah. And also I have some UFC information to talk about for their fight card this weekend. They had their weigh in this week.
I know you're about to jump off skies. What you think about the heavyweight fight, bro? Because I want to see that fight bad as hell. I remember when Big Francis walked past that boy in the hallway. He looking like, okay. I'm like, damn, that shit was cold right there. Like they look like they don't like each other.
You know why it was cold, Money? Because they used to be teammates.
Oh, you see, I'm a casual to it.
So they had sparred, and there was some controversy leading up to this fight that Syria Gun people put out that it looked like he was getting the best of Francis, and Francis like, I was taking it easy that thing, it's just light sparring. They
Okay.
don't want fighters to go ham full speed because they get injured. But
Okay.
then yesterday at the press conference, you know, um, I like how the UFC format is. They allow certain individuals that's approved to ask questions and so forth. This guy was asking Francis Ngannou, since you here right now, talk about what you said about knocking Serial Gun out. He did. He said, "Hey, I knocked him out," and then Serial's like, "When did they, that's not true. That's not true." And then Francis starts saying, I didn't land a left high kick on you." He said, "Yeah, you hurt me. I admit to it, but you didn't knock me out." He said, "Did you continue to spar?" He said, "No, because it's okay." So they got some animosity between each other. They know each other previously, but Francis is on his shit. You know what I'm saying? He want to give the fans what they want. I don't know if he's gonna sign with the UFC because he's trying to get paid $1 million as a fighter. Period. He ain't trying to hit 500, 600,000.
Right.
He's trying to get paid $1 million. And a part of me say it'll be great if he goes in here and defends his title against Serial Gun. All right. But on the
Okay.
other hand, I'm telling y'all ahead of time, he might go out like Christine Cyborg against Amanda Nunez.
They got
He
him as the
might go out,
underdog too.
huh?
They got him as the underdog, Francis.
Yeah, because Syria Gun, he is that dude. But like I said before, when you win a championship fight with the UFC, they lock you in for a certain amount of fights after that.
Okay.
Francis Ngannou is on his last fight right now with the UFC.
Okay.
So he might go out like Chris Cyborg did against Amanda Nunez because she didn't want to get re-signed.
Right. Okay.
You imagine Francis Ngannou leaving UFC and going to Bellator? Man, woo, that's gonna be heavy.
That's heavy, huh? That's a big time move for
Yeah, that's a,
Bellator,
that's
right?
a big time moves and who he is, what he had in his career. If Bellator is willing to pay him the money that the UFC won't, it's smart. He's already been world champion in the UFC, dog.
Uh huh. And he
That
built
fight
up.
I'm getting, huh?
He built up too, right?
Yeah, he built up. Is everybody know who Francis is? Francis 2 losses in the UFC came to Derek Lewis and Stipe Miocic. After that, hey, he became world championship. Derek Lewis never seen the belt.
Mm-hmm.
So he's good right now, dog. It's gonna be a tough fight between him and Serial Gun.
Okay. Okay. Yes, sir. All right, Scott. But I'll let you get up out of here, my brother.
For sure, man. Y'all take it easy. Appreciate you pulling up, turn up, and tuning in to World Combat Sports. I'm out.